Good evening and welcome to the March 11, 2020 meeting of the Milton Select Board. Before we begin, please join us as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Before we begin, let me first explain why we are here in the Corona Room and why we've moved back here. This was the site of select board meetings before we expanded to 5 members in May 2018, and it's been the site of a few meetings since then. After we consulted with our town's health director, Caroline Kinsella, who will be speaking in just a minute, we thought the best course was to move tonight's meeting to this room. While the Council on Aging is a better venue for meetings with a lot of people, and we thought that out of an abundance for caution for our seniors, given the COVID-19 concerns, we would come back to the Corona Room for this evening. While this is not optimal given the amount of people, we'll do our best to accommodate everyone, and we do apologize, but we did think it was better to meet here rather than to meet over in the Senior Center, given that that will be used by seniors, and this venue we thought would be better for this evening. For those who are uncomfortable and may be watching about attending this meeting and may want their voices heard on the 40B issues, there are a few options you have. You can make comments during the meeting, and we'll try to read those comments. And you can make those comments to Mike Dennehy, MDENNEHY at townofmilton.org, and we'll try to read those comments during the meeting. You can make online comments if you go to our website, and we'll consider those comments. Where we have additional public hearings on these issues tentatively scheduled for March 25th and April 7th. And we have sought from Mass Housing on the 40B issues an extension for our submitting comments with respect to these applications pending the Commonwealth state of emergency. If that request is granted, we'll have more time for additional public hearings. I know Senator Timilty, I've been on the phone with him today. He's trying to assist us in getting more time for Mass Housing as well. So that's why we're here today, and that's what the options we have, at least for this evening. Now, some have suggested that we should have canceled or postponed this evening's meeting. Let me explain the rationale for moving forward. The Select Board is the executive authority of this town, and this board can only act through public meetings. We're not like a legislature, or we're not like a chamber of commerce. We are the executive authority. So in order for us to function, we have to have public meetings. So the board may discuss later whether to have future meetings or whether they should be postponed. But in my view, the executive authority of this town needs to continue to function. And we'll look into options with town council, whether we can meet remotely or have remote meetings. But at least for tonight, we thought it was important to continue to meet. If there's any dissatisfaction with that decision, at least for tonight, any dissatisfaction with that should be directed at me, because I was the primary decision maker on that. But at least I thought it was important. I think we generally agree that it was important to go forward this evening. Before we turn to Caroline Kinsella, our public health director, let me just say that we've had a lot of stress in this town over the last several months. In addition to the normal hurly-burly of life and airplanes and budget concerns, we've had 4 40B applications for large projects filed within the last 3 months, certainly a large burden. We have had, just in the last week, 2 fire calls for our fire department, and now we have the specter of the COVID-19 concerns added to that. This has put a lot of stress on town government, it's put a lot of stress on our neighborhoods, and it's put a lot of stress on our residents. But I believe if we continue to work together, and we work together constructively with courtesy and civility and trust and respect in one another, that we can address these concerns and we can meet these concerns. So I hope that we do that, and certainly this board will do its best to try to make sure that we do that going forward. So I'm going to ask, without objection, to move item 5. Actually, no, Yeah, I'm going to ask to move item 5 directly, rather than going to public comment. Move item 5, which is an update on the COVID-19 virus from our health director, Caroline Kinsella. So Caroline, if you want to give us an update. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Zulus. Thank you, Select Board. Thank you, Michael Dennehy, Town Administrator. I'd like to give a short presentation on the 2019 novel coronavirus, now named COVID-19, and to tell you where we are right now and give you the facts. And that's what you need now, the facts of what's going on in Milton. So the statistics are changing regularly by the CDC, World Health Organization, and the Department of Public Health. So this is the background of what we know. Coronaviruses are a large family of viruses that are common in people and many different animal species. This virus is in the same family as MERS and SARS. This new coronavirus has originated in bats and was detected in Wuhan, China in December 2019, and was initially related to exposure at a seafood and live animal market. So how is the virus spread? It spread close contact, person to person, via respiratory droplets, coughing, and sneezing. Then you're touching your face and you're contaminating surfaces, and the virus can live on surfaces for multiple days. The symptoms include fever, cough, shortness of breath, which could lead to pneumonia, respiratory failure, and in severe cases, death. The incubation period is 2 to 14 days after exposure to the virus. So who is getting sick? Over 80% of the population will have very mild symptoms. 14% of the population will have severe symptoms, which may or may not require hospitalization. Think of like a flu. You can get very sick with the flu, and you could be in bed for a week. So that's 14% of the population. And then you have 5% of the population who will be in critical condition. They'll need hospitalization, possibly ventilators. So people who are having severe symptoms include people who are immunocompromised. They have several underlying conditions. They could be middle-aged or elderly. That's what we're seeing. Yeah. So I've been asking about this from the beginning. What is the death rate? So multiple credible sources are reporting differing data every day. I've heard data from 2.3% to 3.4%. CNN said that the World Health Organization said it was 3.4%. I went to the World Health Organization website and I could not find that data. So we really don't know what the death rate is right now. What we do know is that seasonal flu is rampant right now. I do know that seasonal flu, the death rate of that is 1% or less. So we don't know the death rate right now of the COVID-19 virus. But the good news is that infants, children, and pregnant moms have fared well through this virus, and we're seeing that from data from other countries. So the spread of the virus as of today, it's infected over 100,000 people globally. Now it's called a pandemic. But I'm bringing it down to Massachusetts that we have one CDC confirmed case, just one right now, but we have 91 presumptive positive cases. So those 91 presumptive positive cases are at the state level. The people have been swabbed, it's sent to the state lab, and they are confirming at the state lab that it's presumptive positive, but then it's going to be sent to the CD where they'll actually confirm it. So right now, it's 91 cases in Massachusetts. Today, in Milton, I found out that we have 2 presumptive positive cases so far. So I have been working with 2 residents in Milton since last week, and they have been self-isolating. They have been voluntarily quarantining themselves in their house with their family, and we have been working with them every day, checking their temperatures and their symptoms. So right now, we have 2 presumptive positive cases so far in Milton. And the state lab just started testing February 28th, last Friday. So there is very strict criteria for testing. You have to fall into the category of travel, and they're saying if there's any direct infected cases that they know of at the Biogen conference, there was a direct infected case. So right now they're looking at people that have contact with a Biogen employee, or they're looking at people who have traveled to, and I'll show you the next slide, the countries that are level 3, and they have to have really bad respiratory symptoms. And that's what they're looking for to do the testing, because There really is not enough testing kits, and we all know that right now. So they're limiting our testing right now, and they're actually limiting it at BID Milton Hospital too. So the state is recommending that if you traveled to a level 3 country, you should be at home voluntarily self-quarantining for 14 days. And currently 445 people are quarantining themselves right now in the state. So this is a busy slide, but it's talking about what countries are level 3 and a warning, alerts, and watches. So if you are traveling, coming to the United States through those, and you're visiting those countries, you should be self-quarantining yourself for that 14-day period. Okay. So there's some things that we can do. Non-pharmaceutical interventions for personal and community preparedness. We can practice good respiratory etiquette. Hand hygiene. Hand hygiene is washing your hands for 20 seconds, warm water and soap. Respiratory etiquette is when you're coughing, do not cough in your hands, because then you're touching, and you're touching surfaces. You should be coughing into your elbow. We are practicing, as I said, the quarantining at home, voluntary quarantining, and social distancing. If you know that someone has the virus, or their let's say Fallon ambulance comes to the house, they're going to take a pause and they are going to social distance that 6 foot so they will not get infected. In the community, we could have coordinated dismissals of child care facilities or schools, but right now we're not doing that. I talked to Mary Gormley today, and the schools are in session. We may be going to distance learning and internet, and we might just be, going all digital and not having these meetings in the future. Telecommuting and remote meeting. We're already doing mass gathering modifications, so postponing and canceling our St. Patrick's Day event that we had at the Council on Aging. That was canceled. Canceling bingo at the Council on Aging. So there are going to be some modifications in the future to prevent mass gathering, and I had a conference call today with the state to say, what is a mass gathering? They were saying large mass gatherings, and I said, what number is considered large? But they didn't have an answer for that, so we just have to use our own discretion at that. So environmental cleaning of frequently touched surfaces and emergency preparedness. So really stocking up on food and medication and knowing, planning, and preparing. So this is our incident command structure. We had that during H1N1. This is our public health emergency response. During H1N1, we put this into use. And when I was giving the H1N1 vaccines, we gave 2,500 vaccines at that time. What I'm foreseeing is that they are making a vaccine right now, and it will be coming to the health department and the pharmacies, and we'll be delivering it. So we're waiting for that. It may take 12 to 18 months for that to happen, but what we're really trying to do right now is we're trying to mitigate the spread of and the transmission of the virus, and that's what we're doing. We are having people self-quarantine and limiting contact in large groups. So communication, the CDC and the state is giving additional guidance, and you can call with any questions. That's the phone number. We encourage residents to sign up for the alert system. It's called Smart 911. Actually, I just signed up for it about a month ago. And what you can do is sign up on this app. And what it does is if you call 911, the dispatchers will know who is in the house. You can give as much information as you want, but they'll know who they're going to expect at the door. Maybe even if you have pets, who lives in the house, your doctor. You can put in as much information to Smart 911 as you want. But it will give the responders an idea of who they're going to see when they open the front door. And then we also have an emergency operations center at the Milton Police Station, and if we need to activate that, we'll activate that at the Milton Police Station. We are setting up a dedicated phone line right now at the health department, and that's in process. Credible sources, so look to credible sources to get your information. CDC, World Health Organization, mass.gov is a great resource. Environmentally, we are cleaning and disinfecting the Milton municipal buildings, the high-use areas. We're doing the same thing in the schools. consciously cleaning high-use areas, the custodians are wiping down all desks after school, and the best defense really is washing your hands and wash them often. There's hand sanitizer also available, but that's not the primary method of prevention. But the good news is Milton schools have over 450 sinks, and they are using those sinks, and the kids are washing their hands. So that's good news. So the coronavirus does have the potential to disrupt all municipal departments, schools, and impact all residents. So fire and police are working closely with Fallon, BID Hospital Milton. I talked with them today. They are putting plans in place as we speak. The health department is working closely with the Department of Public Health, the schools, stakeholders. So we're working closely. We're having calls every day, and we're trying to manage this outbreak. So some of the steps we're taking, as I said, about the large events, canceling large events, holding stakeholder meetings, and now just conference calls. We're going to be going to the conference calls, updating our website, putting signage up at the municipal buildings, the schools, and asking the questions. If you are sick, stay home. That's the message. If you're sick, stay home. And closely monitoring and isolating presumptive positive cases and quarantining them and their close contacts. So the Milton Health Department is doing that right now. So key messages: washing your hands, washing your hands, washing your hands, hand hygiene, hygiene etiquette, coughing into your elbow, social distancing, sheltering in place, really preparing and planning. Get some food in your cupboards and medication that you need, and receiving your seasonal flu vaccine. We still have about 50 doses left, and people are coming into the health department and receiving that. But really, you should use common sense. That's the biggest message. And as I said, we have 2 cases right now of presumptive positive, and those cases are isolating right now. They were exposed to a direct infected individual at the Biogen conference. So that's what we know right now. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
The only thing I would add is to what you laid out is that Caroline led a preparedness meeting on Friday of all the department heads in town government and representatives from Beth Israel Deaconess Milton, Fallon Ambulance, Milton Academy, Curry College, Fontaine Academy, and of course the schools as well. So we're trying to make sure that all of our efforts are coordinated here. Questions or comments from the members?
Caroline, if people aren't in immediate distress of any kind, what should they do rather than say, if they don't need to immediately go to the emergency department, but
So
they feel like they need some attention?
So really, they should shelter at home and not overwhelm the emergency departments. And they should call their primary care doctor to get direction from them. If they don't have a primary care doctor, they should call the state and tell them that they don't have a primary care doctor. So the state can tell them what to do, where to go to be tested or hospitalized.
Where could they get a number for the state if they don't know? Not everyone has access to the internet, so I'm concerned about those
I have the
people.
phone number. Yeah, it's on the,
Okay,
yep.
so it's that phone number
It's that
that's
phone
on the
number.
slides.
Yep.
So that, was that 617-983-6800? Okay.
Yeah.
Any comments or questions from the members?
Just thank you, Caroline.
Yes.
Very
Thank you.
thorough.
Caroline, you had mentioned about the schools and the sinks, faucets for the kids to wash their hands in. In between classes or throughout the day, are the kids allowed a little extra time between classes to get to class in order to have the time to wash their hands?
Yeah, I'm sure Mary Gormley will allow that in this situation, yes. And in addition to washing their hands, they're using the hand sanitizer twice a day. And before and after they eat, yes. So it's going to be implemented quite often now in the schools. Yes,
Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate it.
welcome.
All right, item 3, public comment. Anyone here for public comment? This would be different than if you're here for one of the 40B hearings or the sewer betterment hearing. Anyone here for public comment? Going once, going twice? Anyone in the hall, public comment? Nope, all right. Item 4, we have a public meeting that's been noticed for sewer betterment, and we have John Thompson from our DPW department who will take us through the sewer betterment issue. John?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time tonight, obviously, as you mentioned here, for a sewer betterment public hearing. As far as process goes, I was planning on just running through the betterment, giving a brief description of the project. I believe this is the third time now the board is hearing the information, so there's nothing new. And additionally, I haven't really heard any major concerns from any of the residents through the process, so.
Can you speak louder, please? Nobody can hear you out in the hallway.
So, I apologize. After that, I'll walk briefly through the estimated assessment fees that we have put together, and then I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chair, to solicit any public comment before considering a vote as the town sewer commissioners. So, real briefly, this sewer betterment.
Speak up, please.
Speak.
I don't think that goes out there, John.
Yeah, that's not my, that's not,
Perhaps if people are here for the sewer betterment, they could come in.
Are you here for the sewer betterment, sir? Are you here for the sewer betterment?
Yes.
Okay.
okay, great.
Those people should be allowed to come in, and maybe people could switch seats.
Well, why can't you speak up? There are speakers there, and the meeting was changed from 7. I looked online a couple of hours ago, it said 7 p.m., and now I was just informed that it would start at 6:30, and there are as many people outside as there are in this room.
I'm sorry, ma'am, so we tried to notice it for 6:30. We were a little,
When? At what time?
it was, I thought it was in the paper for 6:30, is that
Well,
not right?
it was not online.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, it was
Well,
intended to
I'm
be.
sorry also.
Okay, well, I apologize, and it was intended to be online at
There are
6:30,
many
if
people
that was a
out there,
mistake.
so perhaps we
If
can
you're
invite
gonna have a
them
meeting
inside.
and you're gonna entertain
But
people
this
being at the
is-
meeting, why don't you have it in a place which will accommodate the people? Or tell us.
Exactly, since you moved the
Or
location, and this is a
postpone it
small
until you
room.
get a room which will accommodate people.
If the sewer, if people want to have the sewer betterment issue postponed, we can certainly consider
But
that.
we just want people to speak into the microphone,
Okay.
so those people who are standing outside can hear.
Thank you, ma'am. The only issue is the microphone doesn't project out into the hall,
Then
so
please
that,
invite them in, and we'll bring it.
that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do.
Everybody come in. You can sit
That's what we're
around.
trying to do.
I'll be happy to
I
stay.
want to clarify it's for Randolph Ave, too.
Right.
Sewer betterment might not be
Yes,
registering.
Mike, maybe we can have someone
I'm
ask if
sorry,
there's
but
anyone.
It is really outrageous that in this day and age, the newspaper was yesterday, today online. I just checked a couple of hours ago.
Anyone
and
here
it's
for
still
Randolph
there
Ave for the
was
sewer
no
betterment?
7 p.m.
The 40Bs were noticed.
The me-
No?
I can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. all
So,
right, yeah.
so the meeting
Anyone
was
here for
intended
Randolph
to be
Ave sewer
noticed for
betterment project?
6:30 for
Come on
sewer
in, sir.
betterment.
Yeah.
The 40Bs issues were noticed for 7 o'clock. That was the intention. Sorry if that didn't happen. Sorry if you didn't receive the notice. So do we have anyone else from Randolph Ave out in the hall?
Randolph Ave sewer, once, twice, gone.
See how
All
easy
right,
that was?
so-
So,
So John, that doesn't project out, so maybe if you could project a little bit more.
Understood.
The microphones only help the people at home listen here, so let's try to project a little bit.
I will say the certified mailing that we had sent out to everybody had 6:30 listed as the start time. Where was I? Okay, so essentially the sewer betterment started as a public, basically as a resident request. We quickly reviewed it and saw that the request had a lot of merit. It's a very worthwhile project to go after. Essentially, there are 9 properties between Artwell Street and Gun Hill Street on Randolph Avenue that do not have access to public sewer. Of those 9 properties, 8 of the properties have sewer septic systems that are either at or well beyond their useful life. Actually, 7 of the 9 properties have cesspool systems that are original to the 40s and 50s when the houses were constructed. In addition to that, it's also an environmentally sensitive area, located right in the headwaters of the Unquity Brook, which is a surface water in town that's impaired for fecal coliform bacteria. So we thought that it was also very worthwhile to get failing septic systems in this area offline, basically get the old septic systems offline and houses connected to municipal sewer. There seemed to be a lot of public support for that. The funding, we put an article in front of special town meeting in December of 2019, and special town meeting funded and authorized the funding for up to $450,000 for the design and construction of the sewer connection. Based on some of the research I did on again, the age of the existing septic systems, we basically came up with a planning level construction estimate, design and construction estimate. We tried to be as conservative as possible. And I took my best guess based on the age of the systems at how many houses would basically elect to connect at this time versus electing not to connect, which that was, I basically assumed in my estimate, so I'll just jump into what my sewer betterment assessment estimates were. The 9 properties, actually, I just want to go ahead and list those 9 properties for the record. They're 456 Randolph Ave, 500 Randolph Ave, 510 Randolph Ave, 515 Randolph Ave, 519 Randolph Ave, 520 Randolph Ave, 525 Randolph Ave, 529 Randolph Ave, and 535 Randolph Ave. So right now, our best guess estimate for the design and construction of the sewer project is approximately $415,000. We are recommending the sewer, basically that the same sort of cost-sharing mechanism that was done for the last sewer betterment, which was essentially that sewer assessments would be, sewer betterment assessments would be made to the affected residents for 2/3 of the total project cost, and that the town share of the cost would be 1/3 of the total. So again, the current estimate right now is the town share of the project of $415,000 would be approximately $138,000 for odd-numbered houses on Randolph Avenue. Again, the estimated sewer betterment would be approximately $29,000. For even-numbered houses, the approximate sewer betterment would be $36,000. And for houses electing not to connect, the estimated assessment would be $21,000. So again, these are estimates at this time. The idea would be if we decide to move forward with the betterment at this time, we would basically engage an engineering consultant to actually put pen to paper and design the project, and then we would put the project out to public bid, at which time we would have concrete numbers where the final assessments could be established. At that time, if what we find the actual assessments would be differ substantially from, what I've presented here, we may elect to have a future meeting in the future to discuss with residents, obviously, before we move forward. So that's a real quick, again, rundown. I guess I'll open it up to the board for if you have any specific questions.
Yeah, first we'll have questions or comments from the board, and then we'll have questions or comments from any citizens. So questions or comments from the board?
John, is the 7K difference between the odd and the even numbered homes, is that sort of correlate directly to the distance between the house and the sewer line?
That's exactly right. So, and I should have mentioned that. Thank you for raising that question. So the houses on the even side of the street are set much further back from the street than the houses, and larger lots than the houses on the odd side of the street. And so, given that a lot more work would be required on private property to make those connections, we felt that was the equitable way to divvy up the
And
project.
the 21K that would be assessed to the homeowners that may elect to not hook up, that's a way to subsidize the overall cost estimate? How does that work? I don't understand.
Well, essentially, they're still receiving the benefit of having a public sewer extended in front of the house. So even though they're not connecting at this time, they'd still be receiving that benefit. And so they're assessed a betterment as well.
And if I might, Mr. Chair, there were 2 previous projects in the recent past in the town, Woodland Road and Forbes Road, that had sewer betterment processes that went through previous boards.
Do you happen to know, Mike or John, the homes that availed themselves of that? Was it 100% at the time?
I don't actually have that information. From memory, on Woodland Road, I would venture to say about 75 to 80% of the houses connected at the time of the project.
Other comments or questions from members? John, did these, have these numbers changed at all since the town meeting vote in December?
As far as the estimates?
Yes.
Slightly, they just, and that's really due to, me sort of doing a lot more research around what the actual septic systems are out there and kind of making a better guess at who would connect. I did, in my memo to the board, I did sort of give a couple of different examples of how these prices may change depending on if different amounts of people elect to connect, and it doesn't change the cost sharing all that much, because the overall cost of the project sort of comes down as less people connect. But really, what's going to drive the cost for the most part is going to be the construction bid. I will say that, you know, while we were conservative in our estimate, we have also noticed that in the past year, there is so much work available to contractors that it's sort of a, it's not a great bidding climate right now for municipalities. So, you know, I guess we just have to wait and see how that pans out.
Other comments or questions from members? And your request tonight, John, is to begin an assessment of these sewer betterments?
So my request tonight would basically be to approve a preliminary assessment, and to basically, which would allow me to move forward with the design and placing the project out to bid when the design is completed. Once those numbers are more concrete and firm, I would ultimately be back in front of the board to firm up the final assessment numbers.
After the preliminary assessment, you come back here.
Correct.
Any other comments or questions from the board? So now, any comments or questions from any residents? We're going to conduct this as a public hearing, and so anyone who wants to come up, John, if you could step aside and let anyone who wants to come in and comment, question, just please direct your comments and questions to me, and that's the way we normally maintain order in a public hearing. So, comments and questions from any residents on the sewer betterment? All right. Is there anyone in the hall? Do you want to just make sure there's no one in the hall that doesn't have any?
You have a question, sir?
I don't have a question, but I want to have a comment.
Oh, please, yeah, please, sir. Yes.
I'm calling live at 519, one of the property.
Okay.
We want to appreciate John, have been very professional, very helpful in this process, and I have a lot of neighbors that also agree on that why we kind of start the process in Accord, and actually we are actually better than you kind of approve this project moving on because the air condition around that area are not really healthy for my family and also for my children. So please, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. John, if you could just ask if there's anyone else who wants to speak about Randolph Ave. Yeah, please come sit down and.
About the sewer assessment or anything, but we have a huge group of people, double the size of this room out there, the vast majority of which are about the 40B.
Right.
So I realized, I believe that was item number 5. If there's a chance to move up to whatever the 40B items were, maybe we could get these people out of here and take
The
some
40B items are going to come after this, and we had to do this first because it was a notice public
Thanks.
hearing,
Yeah,
but
okay.
those will come next.
Okay, thank you very
All
much.
right.
I didn't know what the agenda.
Yeah, no, those will come next. All right.
I don't think so.
All right, John, if you could just sit down. Sure. Any final questions from the members? All right, I'll entertain a motion if someone wants to make a motion.
I'll move that we assess sewer betterments for the following 9 properties. Street numbers 456, 500, 510, 515, 519, 520, 525, 529, and 535 Randolph Avenue, over 20 years at 3% interest per annum, to generate 2/3 of the total project cost for design and construction of public and private sewers, and to establish 3 separate betterment costs as follows: the odd number of houses connecting to the new sewer, even-numbered houses connecting to the new sewer, and odd or even-numbered houses electing not to connect at this time, and to authorize the town administrator to sign rights of entry with the affected 9 properties for access to the properties for the design and construction purposes.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 6 is a, thank you, John. Item 6 is an acknowledgement of Milton Fire Department promotions. I don't know if we have them here, Mike, or if we could.
They're right around the corner.
Yeah, well, we might want to, if we can, maybe, if they don't mind, maybe we'll try to get through our public hearings, because we do have a lot of people here. So without objection, we'll move on to item 7, which is our public meeting with respect to 582 Blue Hill Avenue. Sorry? Yeah.
One more time, the first public meeting is for 582 Blue Hill Avenue. The comments on that 40B site proposal application, 582 Blue Hill Avenue.
So for those who weren't here at the beginning, we apologize for the tight quarters. We wanted to proceed with as much caution as possible with respect to our Council on Aging and our senior population, and so that drove us to move the meeting here rather than to have it at the Council on Aging. So we do apologize for the cramped quarters. This public discussion is with respect to 582 Blue Hill Avenue. This is a 40B application. There's been an application for site approval. And just to do a level set here, because this town has less than 5% affordable housing, that allows developers to file what are called 40B applications. And when a developer files a 40B application, the town has very limited tools at its disposal in order to help shape or to suggest what should go into that proposal. And so we are in that process now with respect to 4 different properties. The first one was the Ice House property. We went through the initial stage of the process there. This is where we are with 582 Blue Hill Avenue and with East Milton, the initial stage of the process. And that is, Mass Housing has contacted us and sent us a letter and said, and asked us, the Select Board, to comment on site approval with respect to those projects. And for the purposes of these comments that the Select Board provides at this initial stage, we are supposed to comment on whether the site is generally appropriate for residential development, whether the conceptual design is generally appropriate for the site on which it is located, and whether the proposed project appears financially feasible within the housing market. And so we are doing our best to seek public comment on those areas for our comments to Mass Housing, which is the section of the Department of Housing and Community Development. If that approval is approved, if that site is approved by Mass Housing, despite our comments and after our comments, it then goes to the comprehensive permit stage at the Zoning Board of Appeals in Milton, and the developer will have to seek a comprehensive permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals. At that stage, the Zoning Board of Appeals will conduct public hearings to determine whether they will put conditions on that permit, and those hearings could go for a period of 6 months. So this is the initial stage. This is the Select Board providing comments and to Mass Housing with respect to the site approval. We want to get as many comments as we can from the community and from our department heads, and that's why we're having these hearings. And what our intention, if we proceed as we did with respect to the Ice House, is to incorporate and to synthesize as many of those comments as possible into our comments to Mass Housing. We've hired a consultant to assist us in our response to Mass Housing, just as we did with respect to the Ice House. And so that's the process that we intend to engage in here. So, sorry for the long-winded explanation, but we're just trying to make sure everyone understands where we are here and what we're trying to do. and the fact that this is really the first, it's an important bite at the apple, but this is the first bite at the apple. Having said that, now we're seeking public comment on 582 Blue Hill Avenue. So if anyone has anything to say to us on this, you can always give us comments online, and you can send us comments by email to Mr. Dennehy. Those email addresses are online. You can do it that way, but you can also do it here. And we may have another hearing. We will have another hearing on East Milton. We may have another hearing on 582 Blue Hill Avenue if we get more time for mass housing. Given the issues with the state of emergency in the Commonwealth, we're seeking more time for mass housing. Right now, we have until April 15th with respect to 582 Blue Hill Avenue and Canton Ave, and we have until April 20th, or April 20th with respect to East Milton. We're seeking additional time, has not yet been granted, so we're moving forward. So, 582 Blue Hill Avenue. Does anyone have any comments? If you could come up and, do we have a sign-in sheet?
We do.
Yeah, so if come up, sign in, and give us your comments and your thoughts.
Can you just address first the role that the housing consultant that the town has hired will play in the response to mass housing?
So, yes, so this is the same consultant that we hired with respect to the Ice House, and she is helping us. She is receiving all the comments, just as we are, and she is helping us shape our letter to make it the best piece of advocacy and the best case, given her experience working with mass housing.
Okay.
So she's getting all the information that we're getting and working with us to craft a response to mass housing.
Okay. So my name is Amy McGrath, and I live at 176 Robin Street. I've been there since 2005. I actually happen to be a commercial real estate attorney at Goulston & Stores in Boston, and part of my practice in the past, although not currently, involves representing developers on 40Bs. I did a 40B in Cohasset, and I did a 40B in Andover, so similar communities to Milton in terms of demographics. I was shocked that this proposal was, somebody had the arrogance to actually buy the house and put this proposal forth. I will start out by saying that I actually am an advocate of 40B. I think that when it is used without arrogance and without trying to screw a town and the people who live in it for their own personal gain, developers can do really, really good things with 40B. I also totally understand the NIMBY arguments that everyone throws out. This is actually in my side yard, not my backyard. It would be something that, you know, technically I could see unless we put up a buffer. A buffer would be perfectly adequate. I live next to a school, which is, you know, not a residential use. On the other side of me, I have a very large home, which extended family members live in, that was somewhat unusual, the arrangement at first, and I have come to really appreciate my neighbors and like them. So I'm not someone who sits there in my nice house saying, I only want big houses with people with a lot of money. That being said, to propose 120 acres on a 120 units on a 4-acre site with a topography like that is really arrogant. And in my mind, I mean, obviously everyone here who does this knows that developers put a big, and I've done it myself, they put a big number in hoping they're gonna come down. It's pretty crazy, what they've suggested. The traffic on Robin Street is a nightmare. Cars fly up and down there all day long, cut through, whatever. Totally fine with it. I knew it was a busy street when I moved there, I get it. But for, you know, to put that many units into that neighborhood is just not appropriate. I read the application. There's all kinds of focus on the bus line and that's how people are gonna get to and from. There is no bus line that people use on Blue Hill Ave. That is a very residential community with, you know, fairly large lots. I'm not opposed to, although I think it's a sin to tear down that beautiful house, I'm not opposed to something else being there. But, you know, this is, to me, just a really big greedy grab. So, thank you.
ma'am. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, if I might, Dr. Anthony.
Other comments on 582 Blue Hill Avenue? Yes, sir.
second what Mr. McGrath just said. My name's Pat. Should I sign in first?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. I'm basically just seconding what Ms. McGrath just said.
Excuse me, what was your last name,
Pat
Pat?
Mulligan.
Thank you.
I grew up on Robin Street. My mother and father owned the house since the 50s. She passed away, and my wife and I bought the house, not knowing that this thing was going to be going in there. But it's not that you don't want affordable housing, but the problem is when you have young kids, you envision them in their safety, and I just don't, it gets me, I get fired up about it. Like, that street has always had a cut-through problem, and, that's the way it is. But if you add, 400 people, or some, or maybe in 200 cars, they're not just gonna use Blue Hill Ave, they're gonna be going up Hills View and Vose Hill and Robin Street. And my neighbors have 4 little children, they're always out in the street playing. And the concern is that not just when the thing settles and the people are living there, but the 2 years or so that it might take to build the thing with construction trucks, and technically Robin Street's not even supposed to have trucks going up and down it, but that's baloney, they do it all the time. There's buses, just yesterday, we saw a land mover being towed up the street by a huge truck that we had to shoo the kids, And so I just don't think, for me, it's a safety issue. Not just when, and like I said, they're gonna build the thing, let's say it goes through and they build it, we have to then be dodging, workers coming into the neighborhood to get to their job site. What if they're late? What if they're screaming down Robin Street to get there? Then after that, people who move in, I try to be respectful, but how do we know that they're gonna have our kids' safety in mind when they're going to work, when they're late, when they're coming home, when they've got their lives? So you add that many different people, that many human beings to a congested place that already has a traffic problem. It's a recipe for disaster, and that's what I'm worried about, because, I know, not to cast aspersions on anyone, but the developer is like 26 years old. I highly doubt he's got children. When I was 26 years old, God forbid I had been in charge of anything. I couldn't have done it. And like I said, it's very emotional for me. I get pretty angry about it, thinking about somebody who lives in either Hernando, Florida, or Nashua, New Hampshire, trying to stick a thing like this in our neighborhood. And that's not to say that I don't respect the need for affordable housing. And again, I second what Ms. McGrath said. I don't want to say not in my backyard, but let's do it in an appropriate place. And Robin Street, and that particular, what are you going to say to the people on Barbara Lane and Meeting House Lane? Their houses are going to be destroyed over this. And that thing on Canton Ave, Holmes Lane and the houses behind that, you'd have to bulldoze them to get what these same developers want back there. So I just voiced my opposition to it.
Thank you, Mr.
very
Mulligan.
much.
That's very helpful. And again, I think Mr. Mulligan was addressing whether this is generally appropriate for residential development, taking into consideration the area and whether the conceptual design is appropriate. Those are the things we need to focus on, and those are the things I'd ask everyone to focus on in their comments.
I was being a little more...
No, I understand. I totally understand. No, I totally understand. We're trying to confine it only because, our understanding is that that DHCD watches these hearings, and it's appropriate for us to really focus on what those 3 issues are for DHCD, and so we're trying as best we can, but I totally appreciate it, totally appreciate it. Anyone else on 582 Blue Hill Avenue?
Yes, I am John Walker. I live at 35 Vose Hill Road, and I would like to just echo the primary concern is safety. Where that driveway comes out of that property, it's at the top of the hill coming up Blue Hill Ave, and there's been numerous accidents there, and it's a very difficult place for it to pull out of, and people cut through both Vose Hill Road, Robbins, and Hillsview. On Vose Hill Road, when we first moved in 2004, there were not many. We were the first family to move in there with small children. The neighborhood has turned over, and the majority of the houses there all have small children, and they're all riding bikes and things of that, and it's nice to see. It would be a shame to see this much volume, for one thing, and the safety concerns that we have is really, that's the biggest point that I'd like to make. And where that sits on that hill there, it doesn't seem to make sense of something of that size to go into that location. So that's our biggest concern on Vose Hill Road, I would think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Any other comments on 582? Actually, she's coming up, and then you, sir, next, if that's okay.
So I'm with him. I'm Mary Jane Walker from Vose Hill Road. I just want to add on because, the focus on the conceptual element in the design, if that's one of the focuses, I mean, I think it almost answers itself. It's 120 units in an area that literally just has two-story homes. So conceptually, I don't know how you can possibly make any sort of argument, effective argument, that that fits in conceptually with the area there. I have to echo the safety concerns, and I have to echo what feels like a disingenuous nature of the proposal in terms of, the developer citing that there are bus routes. It's just simply untrue. Access to a school is, they cited Delphi Academy, which is certainly not, it's a private school. It's a little bit controversial in and of itself. I certainly don't see families saying, oh, let's pay $15,000 so that we can just walk right here. There are no sidewalks. It's a really, really big safety concern, and certainly even, our son just last year was in an accident pulling out from Rose Hill Road. So if you can imagine two opposing driveways on 138 trying to negotiate the traffic, making split-second decisions about pulling out as it is, never mind adding 180 cars. So it just, there's probably much more that I can say when I put my thoughts to paper and actually fully read their proposal, but these things just jump out in just such a stark way.
And please, Ms. Walker, don't be shy about sending written comments, because
Yep.
that's helpful as well.
Yep, I will not.
Can I add one thing while we're waiting? I don't know if you want me to shut it off.
No, I just want to get you mic'd so everybody can hear you. If you just go around to the mic, and then we'll have that gentleman next.
Mrs. Walker mentioned safety, and I was saying that earlier. Before they put the lights in on that street, there were accidents all the time. And my own brother was almost killed in an accident in the 70s. And I know there's a light there now, but you add that many more people, and I'm telling you that Rose Hill, Hillsview, and Robin Street, and the streets even beyond that, like Meadowview and them, there's gonna be much, much more cut through. And you're inviting accidents of that nature to be happening more and more often. And not just with people in cars, but children on their bikes. And I think that can't be stressed enough to the Tamposies and whoever else thinks this is a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Mulligan. Sir?
Hi, my name is Ken Hart. We live over at 152 Robin, across from Amy here. And the only main, I could echo what everyone else is saying. I think there has to be a lot of consideration given to the school. All those children, all those parents coming in there every day, we see them, we're their neighbors. And I just can't fathom that that is going to enhance anything greater. It's just going to be a disaster.
Delphi? You asked about Delphi?
Yes, yeah, I just can't, it's already kind of delicate for those parents to pull in there and get their children out and pull out, and that's really the main issue. I don't know if the house has any historical value. It's an incredible house if you've ever seen it, the gardens, the house, it's an absolute masterpiece. It's hard to, it's really hard to take it in emotionally, it's really hard. So, but the safety of the school is a big issue. I hope that can be considered with what we're doing here, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Hart.
Is there anyone from Delphi here?
Yeah, I was hoping.
Corinne, can I just say one thing?
Sure, please come up to the microphone.
Sorry, it's Amy McGrath again. Corinne, who is the head of school at Delphi, my husband went and talked to her. They're not, they don't want to cause, problems or anything like that. And she's going to submit comments. He talked to her about that. But the Tamposies did approach her and asked her for a letter of support, and she said no. And also said to my husband, Michael, I hope the town's going to do right by us, with this proposal. And so I just want people to understand that the school is very concerned about the proposal.
Thank you, Ms. McGrath. Any other comments on 582 Blue Hill Avenue? Ma'am?
Go ahead. Okay, where do I begin? My name is Barbara Alavi.
Sorry, Barbara, what?
Alavi,
Alavi.
A-L-A-V-I. So, I live on Alfred Road, and I literally live in the house I grew up in, so I've been there for over 50 years. And I used to be friends with the people who lived at 582 Blue Hill Avenue growing up as a child, many years ago. So I have a lot of memories of being up there.
Anyway, this whole proposal is wrong in so many aspects. Safety, the infrastructure of the town, traffic, children, flooding are already, school system that is already over capacity.
Yeah, but for the purposes of this, and this is instructive for everyone, we really can't comment at this stage on the nature of who might be in the buildings, whether they have children, whether they're, it's not really something for the purposes of this letter. Mass Housing wouldn't look kindly if we said, well, it's going to there's going to be too many people with children who will live here.
Oh, I see.
So that's just not one of the things that we can consider for our comments, but please continue.
Okay, sure. Anyway, the house is zoned as a residential, single family. I'm baffled, I'm sure everyone is here as well, as to how they propose to put 120 units with maybe 200 cars in there. The traffic coming out of Barber Lane is, I have to gun my car to get out of there at times, just from all the traffic. I'm near Vose Hill and Hillsborough and Robin Street, and there are very aggressive drivers out there. The town of Milton has just been hit with just too many of these proposals, and unfortunately our infrastructure cannot support the amount of people that they intend to bring in here. So safety is a huge concern, of course. I echo all of your comments, and I appreciate, Laura? Amy, your comment being commercial real estate attorney. That's a great perspective as to, I think what we're all here for. So my husband strongly oppose this. It's completely detrimental and will have a negative impact on our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellerman.
My name is Eileen Fitzgerald. I live at 84 Alfred Road. Unlike a lot of people that have been here, I am not a lifelong resident of Milton. I've only been here about 25 years, and when I first came to Milton, it was such an idyllic place. And over the past couple of decades, the traffic in the town, in addition to all the lights that have been installed to control the traffic, has changed the aesthetic of the town a great deal. And I think that's a real shame. I don't know if that is something that can be taken into account by the board or not. But in addition to the outrageous traffic on 138, if you try to leave, travel on 138 during rush hour, it's 40 minutes anyway if you're trying to get onto 128. And there's also a fire station at Atherton Street. I don't know how that terrible traffic impacts the ability of fire trucks to get in and out, but adding another 120 families certainly isn't going to help that safety issue whatsoever. Plus, the size of this building is just immense. The mansion that's there now is picturesque, the way that it's sited on the lot. It's really a lovely building, and it doesn't stand out because of the way it's sited on the lot. This monstrosity is not going to enhance the character of the town whatsoever. And people live in Milton because we want to live in a town, not the city. And, for safety reasons, for traffic reasons, and aesthetic reasons, I'd voice my opposition.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on 582 Blue Hill Avenue? Yes, sir.
Arnold Kennelly. I live on 57 Barber Lane. And for me to get onto the Blue Hill Avenue in the morning, sometimes I wait as much as 10 or 15 minutes. It's adjacent to the property, and I think it's going to create a national disaster, not a national, but a local disaster with accidents every day. Because there are near misses almost every single morning. And with that flow of traffic coming out, I think we're just going to find ourselves with a lot of problems.
Thank you, Mr. Kennelly.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments on 582 Blue Hill Avenue? Ma'am?
My name is Tanya Lingos. I live at 200 Hinckley Road, not close to that home. I would just say that if this COVID-19 situation has taught us anything, it has forced us to take a step back, take a deep breath, and to slow down a little bit. And sitting here listening to everybody and looking at those Money Magazine cover pages of the 100 best places to live. My husband and I moved here a little over 20 years ago, and we have never looked back. And Milton is an extraordinary town, and I do feel very strongly that we need more 40B housing opportunities, and I would be very happy to get involved looking for such opportunities. That being said, 582 Blue Hill Avenue is an extraordinary piece of history in this town, which plays a pivotal role in the history of the United States of America. And if we could have afforded the house, we looked at it a few years ago, and we just said, it's exquisite, and we can't afford it. But to look at that piece of property and the grounds and the history and the landscaping and the view, it behooves us to say, what is the future of this town of Milton, which we as relative newcomers cherish so dearly? And I can not speak to the traffic situations and the safety, although when I coveted that house, I was driving down that street every single which way. There is not a lot of public transportation, and there is not easy access to grocery stores or to gasoline stations or to anything else. I think the environmental impact of that proposal would be extraordinarily detrimental, and I do think that there are vanishingly few such examples of architectural masterpieces that we really, really need to think about what we are doing for this town in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Linder. Any other comments on 582 Blue Hill Avenue? Yes, sir.
Brett, how are you? Good. My name's Brett Jackson. I live on 216 Robin Street with my wife, Kathleen, and I have 4 children under 11. I guess some of my concerns would be, I guess from Pat's house down, which is halfway up in between, up the street from the light. I think there's 13 kids under 11. So the driving is a situation that is frustrating for all of us because people fly. Since we moved in, they repaved the road, and it is it's a racetrack for people to try to beat the light, which is that's a concern. Separately, I've been in the home that they're talking as recently as last week that they're talking about taking down, and it would be a shame. I'm in construction. I see tons of stuff architecturally that's unique, and this place it's a beautiful home. There's things that you don't find almost in any other houses around. I guess some of the other concerns I would have too would be, it's not just for this property, I guess, but the other 2 40B projects. With all these going in, I don't know if there's enough infrastructure, in place to handle this many more people on this side of town. Considering, we've got to go to Hyde Park to the grocery store. There's no coffee shop. There's one grocery store close, but that's it. There's not, the schools, from my understanding, are almost at capacity. I know they've added extra classes under, I believe in the 2nd grade this year because they're maxed out for the Tucker School. It just seems like there should be some middle ground instead of, the large amount of units. It seems like a really, dramatic number. I know, from my understanding that Milton is behind where we should be, I guess, for 40B. So there must be some kind of compromise, but it seems like it's aggressive.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any other comments on 582 Blue Hill Avenue?
Just had a question and a comment.
Yes, sir.
Tim O'Hara, I live on Lafayette Street. Young kids, similar to everybody else. So I'm about half a mile from this location and about half a mile or less from the Ice House property. The scope of both projects is way too huge for those locations. I think that's important. Everybody's made that point, but I think the other piece, the applications don't say anything about an age restriction. I know you mentioned we can't talk about the people who would be moving into these units, but how would we look at, senior housing, or there's obviously a need for that in town, folks that can't afford their homes anymore that want to, stay within the walls of town. I don't know what that process looks like. Scale down the scope of the project and then designate a certain percentage of those as senior housing.
So that could be the subject of discussions with the developer. And I know our Affordable Housing Trust and our Affordable Housing Committee has been working on some of those issues and trying to see where we could put in some senior housing and where something might work well. But for this project, it would really be, as far as I can see, subject to negotiation with the developer.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments on 582 Blue Hill Avenue? Yes, Ms. Alavi. Just so people can hear you, otherwise they can't hear you. I mean, they can't hear you on TV. They can't hear you in here regardless, but they won't be able to hear you on TV.
Just a quick question. Any idea on the price point? Are they going to be, they're condos, they're apartments, correct? Okay, apartments. So they're all going to be, so for 40B, how many?
I don't remember now what the
Yeah,
in the application.
it's the application's online. I mean, I could look it up right now for you, but.
That's fine.
they're
Don't worry.
very-
Let me know.
very- You know what?
25%,
I can probably send you a link.
Is it 25%? Okay.
Yes.
Affordable would be
25%.
25%.
Thank you. 25%, but if you want the mix of price point, then I can get it to you.
One last point, Eileen Fitzgerald again. Just one other thing about the location of this particular project. Being on the side of Milton that it's on, and with the number of people that work in town, that's just that much more traffic that runs through the majority of Milton. And they don't go just, 138 or Brook Road, with the Waze apps and the other apps, every neighborhood is at risk, and the traffic is just, it's intolerable in some of the neighborhoods. And again, it just goes to the character of the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on 582 Blue Hill Avenue? So we don't have another public hearing on 582 Blue Hill Avenue scheduled. We had comments, some public comment 2 weeks ago. As I mentioned before, if we get more time from Mass Housing, then we can schedule more time for public comments. And certainly if anyone wants to contact us through the website, send comments in writing, all of those comments are being considered. They're all being forwarded to our consultant as we try to craft the best response possible and the best comments possible. Ms. McGrath.
On the 16th of March.
So 582 is due on, we got an extension because of the number that have been filed. So that they were initially due on March 15th. Now those two, both 582 and 648 Canton Ave, are due on April 15th.
When do you want our comments by, though?
As soon as you can, because we're working two at once, really. And then we have, right on its heels, we have East Milton as well. So as soon as you can, it'd be helpful.
Are they both the same developers?
So, so 582 and 648 Canton Ave are the same developer, and the East Milton is a different developer. Okay? Oh, ma'am, if you want to just so people can hear you.
My question is, can we comment on the 648 Canton Ave tonight, or is that only online at this point?
So 648 Canton Ave, we're going to have at our next meeting on the 25th. So, but you can certainly send any written comments in, and that'll be helpful. Anyone else on Blue Hill Ave, 542 Blue Hill Ave? All right, thank you for all your comments. As I said, we'll do it again if we have time to do it. So, so maybe the 542 people can can give some space to the East Milton people. And while we're waiting, Mike, do we have our firefighters? I'd like to take 5 minutes. Did they have to go?
They had to go.
All right,
yeah.
so we'll do that at the next
Thank you, Pat.
next meeting.
Hey, bud, good job. Where's?
So, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, folks. Hey, excuse me. We're trying to continue. So if you can just kind of keep it down, we're trying to continue the meeting. So if you can keep it down, we're going to move on to item 8, which is the public meeting on the residences at East Milton. If and Mike, do you want to just have someone just go out and just tell them that we're talking about East Milton? Yep. You're all mic'd up, but.
Hi, Joe. Hi, Steve. Hi, Bernadette. Come on in. East Milton? Yeah, there is some seats available, so.
All right, so same message on East Milton as with 542 Blue Hill Avenue. This is the first stage in the process. These are our comments to Mass Housing. We're taking as much public comment as we can so we can synthesize those comments. So I see our, do you have a presentation tonight?
I didn't get that.
Presentation
Oh my
tonight?
gosh,
Oh, okay.
I'm
I wasn't
sorry.
sure that you were
So-
going to make a presentation tonight. Okay, so that's fine, that's fine. Is that, do they have that downstairs? Okay, so we're going to start, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start East Milton with a presentation from the developer.
You first.
And hopefully it'll be on the screen.
Creating order in the hallway, thank you.
Herding cats.
So, sir, if we could just let them sit there so they can talk into the microphone?
Sure. No. To the folks from the developer.
I can stand too if you want to keep the seat.
No, we gotta have.
I'm used to doing it on my feet, so.
Well, as long as you're talking in the microphone, so people can hear you at home.
Does
Yeah, that's
this
fine.
travel?
That's fine. That works.
A little razzmatazz.
Yeah.
That works.
Big G.
Happy to do it this way too.
Guys, quiet down, please. Quiet.
Good. How are you doing?
All right. So, if you could introduce yourselves and walk through the presentation, then we'll have comments. So, this is the first public meeting on the residents at East Milton.
All right. Sure, I'll give you a little what do you use? Okay, great. So hello everybody. Sorry, I'm used to kind of facing the crowd for things like this. My name is Jen Corcoran. I'm with the development team at the residences of East Milton. Joining me tonight are Sean McReynolds. Testing.
That's not going to help you in here.
Okay.
That's Jen. That's not going to help you in here. You need to speak up.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can talk louder too. Is it easier if I face this way? All right, so my name is Jen Corcoran. I'm here with the development team for the residences at East Milton Square. Joining me tonight is Sean McReynolds, Director of Development from the Joseph J. Corcoran Company, some members of the Falcone team as well, and Dot Joyce is with us too. We're probably good to go to the next one. So as you probably already know, this is a local development team. We came here tonight to kind of give a brief presentation on what we're envisioning for the process and for the project. I was born and raised in Milton, actually not born, but raised. And we're a hyper-local team. The Falcones are a fixture in East Milton, and I can't go anywhere in this town without seeing a family member. We're good for the next one. So the reason we're here tonight, we think that the site is an excellent site for housing. We've been watching the town of Milton not only as residents but as developers for quite some time now. Since 2015, you've been in a master planning process, beginning with the master plan that was released in 2015, which identified some different nodes for potential development as well as the ways that the town might continue to grow in the future. It was followed up by Urban Land Institute, TAP,
just last year, and we watched that very closely as well. And East Milton Square, there seemed to be an appetite for more housing and a little bit more density and perhaps more retail. Most recently, the East Milton Steering Committee has been working with Judy Barrett. We've been flies in the wall at some of those meetings as well. And the number one thing that we heard most recently was that people were kind of ready to be done with the planning process and kind of see what could really be built here and what a developer might propose. So we kind of stepped in there. So we think that now is a great time to embark on this process. Not only have we heard kind of the expressed desire for something to happen in East Milton Square, but East Milton, as you are now all aware, has significantly less affordable housing than is dictated by the state statute 40B. We're at 5% right now, where we need to be at 10%. This legislation has been on the books since 1969. It was reaffirmed in 2010 by a referendum vote, so the community spoke and they believed in the 40B. And so we think that this is a great option for a Milton 40B, given the site. Additionally, market conditions right now are really great, and the city of Boston doesn't really seem to be slowing down. This was all prepared prior to the events of the past few days in the virus. So we'll see about that. Anyway. So a little bit, you've probably heard a little bit about 40B and 40R at this point. We wanted to give a little bit of background why we went 40B as opposed to going 40R. The 40B is developer driven, whereas the 40R is sponsored by the town. So we actually did timetables for both approaches. The 40B, we were able to submit an application for a project eligibility letter, which began the process, whereas the process for 40R is really begun through an indeterminate amount of time spent on internal discussions by the town. So the town needs to come together, decide on a 40B zone, the zoning they would like to see put in place there, and then they propose that to the state. The 40R comes with additional funding from the state. The state, Governor Baker has expressed a great interest in smart growth zoning and state assistance based on towns being a little proactive in terms of smart growth. So we can get into all that too. I want to leave time for questions, so I'm kind of going through this a little bit quickly. So the 40B development is located on the corner of Bassin and Franklin Street in East Milton Square. I believe everybody's familiar with the site. We think it's an excellent site due to its proximity to walkable amenity. That's really hot right now in suburban living and urban living, both. There's easily accessible access to shops, restaurants, et cetera, as well as public transit, which can't be said for the other proposals that are currently on the table. So we thought that Milton should be given the option to build their 40B housing here, as opposed to somewhere that might not have access to those things walkably. Additionally, it provides easy access to the highway and to Greater Boston. 25% will be affordable to households earning up to 80% of the area median income. So that means for one person, that's about $63K, which I think we can all agree isn't really low income. It is affordable. Our parking count is at 136. We wanted to really, as with most things, everything's kind of just a proposal at this point. We were being sensitive in our plan to maintaining the parking that is currently utilized by the restaurants at night. These are some concept drawings. We actually have already decided to undergo a bit of a redesign, so we don't want to focus too long on these. Just a little bit of the process. It begins with us proposing to the state just for a general eligibility letter, which means, it's kind of subjective and, relatively we figured we could probably get one, but it also kickstarts a process that there's a lot of community engagement. So we're basically in pre-season right now for the greater comment period. Once we receive a project eligibility letter, which is usually granted within 30 days, the town is getting 75 days and perhaps more, so it's more than double the statute. So plenty of time during the pre-season to discuss things, but then it also kickstarts what could be a 6-month public comment period, where we'll really dig into the nitty-gritty, traffic studies, site design, et cetera, to really kind of dig into those issues as well. The timeline for the 40B, we've applied to Mass Housing for the project eligibility letter. We're doing some public outreach right now. We want to be really accessible to everybody. It feels weird not facing the room here. here.
I
But-
apologize.
No, don't worry about it. I didn't know what it was gonna be.
Well, we decided we had to move the meeting. I don't know if you heard the beginning.
Yeah, oh, I heard a little bit.
All right, I apologize.
But we want this to be a really interactive process. We've already begun to have meetings with some stakeholders. We're really interested in hearing what everybody has to say, and we can't emphasize enough that this is merely a proposal at this point. And it comes, a lot of public comment and a lot of input will be taken from the community prior to any shovel hitting the ground. So I really can't emphasize that enough in this process. We came here tonight to talk to you, to hear directly from you. As I said, we're hyper-local. We plan to be really out in the community throughout this entire process. So the project that you've seen presented in our project eligibility letter is not necessarily exactly what will be built. It's just presenting what we as a development team decided was the best from a developer standpoint. So obviously the community comes into play in a big way there. So we'll be filing a comprehensive permit once we receive the project eligibility letter, probably later on this spring. And so that leaves plenty of time for questions and comments. I'm sorry if I kind of blew through that.
So excuse me, sir, excuse me. So let's maintain order here, okay? We're gonna conduct this in a civil manner, we're gonna be courteous, and we're gonna conduct this in an orderly way. So the way we typically conduct public meetings is any comments will be addressed to the chair, and then we'll see if we can redirect them to the developer or anyone else. First, I want to ask if there are any comments or questions from the board.
Not at this time.
Seeing none, I'm going to ask Ms. Corcoran to stand aside or step aside, and we'll take comments from the residents. And again, please direct your comments to me. Focus on those three areas, and I'll remind you of those three areas. One is whether the proposed project is generally appropriate for residential development, taking into consideration information provided by the town, et cetera, whether the conceptual design is generally appropriate, and whether the proposed project appears financially feasible within the housing market. And those are the three areas that we need to comment on. So sir, if you want to introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Mark Croninger. I live at 32 Melbourne Road in East Milton.
I want to thank you for the help with crowd control.
Absolutely. I've been told I have a loud voice by my neighbors, so
that
put it to use when I can.
That's much appreciated. We may need you over the next month or so.
What's the, one question I have before I make my comments are, am I right in understanding that it's for 110 units is the proposal?
111.
Oh, okay, even more. This one goes to 11. Great. Well, I'm going to do a really quick story for everybody. 2 years ago or thereabouts, I was at the East Milton Congregational Church, probably with some of the people in this room. And we got a similar presentation from Ned Corcoran and Mr. Falcone, which we felt was grossly inadequate, shoddily prepared, was for 55 units, did not answer the most fundamental basic questions with regard to parking, traffic, water table, safety, you name it, the list goes on and on. That was for 55 units. The meeting got somewhat contentious. We had a great turnout there, not hampered by any hysteria over viruses or anything at that date. And when the meeting turned contentious, Mr. Corcoran and I had an exchange, and he basically said, and I'll paraphrase here, and those of you there might remember this, well, you better take this, because if you don't do it the friendly way, wait to see what you're going to get. Well, there's a saying, payback's a blank. I guess this is payback, right? To propose 110 units and stick a square peg the size of Godzilla into a hole the size of a penny in East Milton Square is preposterous. It's absolutely preposterous. There is no way the infrastructure can support it. There's no way the neighborhood can support it. And the fact that that was supposedly presented back then as a friendly 40B, I guess this would be a hostile 40B, because they've weaponized the 40B, and now they're proposing a 5 to 6 story monstrosity in East Milton Square. I guess the only benefit would be it will be so high that we'll avoid the plane traffic problem that goes over Milton. But aside from that, I don't see how this benefits the neighborhood at all. I think the 40B here has been weaponized. I think this whole thing is disingenuous. You talked about a preseason, and you weren't there. I have no personal animosity toward you, but I've been through preseason once, okay? Us and a group of probably people sitting in this thing sat in the East Milton Congregational Church for many, many nights talking about ways we could work with them. And each time we said we have problems with the aesthetics or this is too big, it was my way or the highway, right? Their idea of a friendly 40B and working with the community was, we'll work with you as long as you agree with us. Eventually, that petered out. I gotta say how disappointed I was when I saw the article that this was even back there and it was still Falcone proposing it. It's an aberration. It does not belong in East Milton. I certainly, for one, it was not brought up a rich kid, and I have no problem with 40Bs going in if it's appropriate, but this is disingenuous, using this 40B with a $63,000 income under the guise of what I don't think probably the spirit of this whole thing was, to jam 110 units into East Milton Square. Think about that. Back then, the parking, right? When we asked them about the parking, they had this elaborate domino scheme. Well, in the daytime, these cars won't be here, so we'll put some here and put some here, and at nighttime, these won't be here. What's going to happen to the restaurant businesses that are thriving down there? Gone. There'll be nowhere to park. Where is any going to park there? I don't stop by Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts in the morning in East Milton Square on my way to work because there's nowhere to park now. Stick 110 units in there, public transportation. Baloney. It's buses in East Milton Square. And I gotta say, and I don't know what the long-term effects of this whole mass hysteria are, but public transportation isn't particularly popular right now, and I don't know what type of long-term effects that's gonna have. So I can't even believe if there was a rational, credible plan that included 40B in there, I don't think anybody in East Milton, and I'm not sure who you guys have been talking to, but nobody in my neighborhood seems to want this monstrosity there. So if there was a credible, viable plan that was a fraction of the size that's being proposed here, maybe we'd love to talk to you about it, but this is an aberration, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to let, if you want to respond, maybe it'll be helpful to further questions. So just talking to the microphone, Ms. Corcoran, just so people can hear you at home. They'll hear you at home. They won't. Yeah.
So just a quick comment on the prior plan. I want to make it very clear on the record, we are not related to Ned Corcoran. There's no relation there. I can't say that enough times. We are not related to Ned Corcoran. And I apologize for any sort of process that happened before we were on the scene. However, calling us disingenuous is not exactly fair. If anything, we're very genuine and we're here to listen. And so I understand that at certain times people are going to disagree, and that's fine. We're here in order to get your comments. So thank you, sir, for your comment.
All right.
Okay.
Steve, just introduce yourself so everyone knows who you are.
My name's Steve Rhines, 46 Belcher Circle, town meeting member, Precinct 7, President, East Milton Neighborhood Association. I'd like to start my opening comments by recognizing a few people. I'd like to recognize Richard Wells, Representative Driscoll, and Senator Timilty for requesting for this meeting to be moved to another date. Considering today a letter went out from the Town of Milton Board of Health around the COVID-19, and this meeting was moved to a smaller room which is packed here. There's not exactly a lot of great air exchange, and certainly isn't conducive with sharing ideas and having conversation. This kind of feels like this was jammed in.
So Steve, you may not have been here at the beginning, but the issue we had was that this meeting was scheduled for the Council on Aging, so we had a balance because we were concerned about our seniors, and so we really had no, and then the other concern was, well, maybe we can have it at the schools, but we didn't want to have it at the schools. Mm-hmm. So this was really, in order to continue town government, in order to continue the work of the executive authority of this town, which is what the select board is, we really had limited options. And so that's why we did it. It wasn't an effort to jam anything in. And as we move forward, we're going to look at further options down the road as to what we can do. But the real driving issue here was we wanted to, out of an abundance of caution, not be where the seniors are. So that's why we're here.
Well, the seniors here in the audience too, right?
Okay, understood, Steve. There's no perfect answer. I understand. I'm just telling you, there's no perfect answer.
But I was here in the beginning, but I couldn't hear your open comments because I was down the hallway.
I understand.
Okay.
But
It's just not fair.
It was a difficult balance.
Understood.
So.
Okay.
Mr. Chick, just a point. I just wanted. I think, Steve, you mentioned that Senator Timilty and Representative Driscoll had objected to the room being changed. I don't think.
No, not the room. They asked for an extent. Meeting to be changed. And they requested an extension with the state on behalf
That's the correct.
of East Milton.
They requested, they supported the board's request for an
and
extension.
Richard Wells actually sent a communication out today.
Let me just finish. They requested that an extension of the deadline, which is basically supporting what this board has already done. But they didn't ask for this meeting to be postponed, to my knowledge, so I think we need to correct that on the
Okay,
record.
fair enough.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Still should have been changed, but that's fine. So, you know, I understand development's coming for East Milton, and I think that's great. You know, we have a very low commercial base. The town has been historically terrible with managing their money. We have overrides to pay for everything. We're gonna have another one probably coming to pay for another school. And that leads us into my points around this project. And no offense, but when you're talking to your audience, you know, to address you, obviously not there, it's not preseason, we live here, right? This is our house. None of us that live in East Milton are trust fund babies, I would assume. We selected to live there, and I think that's disingenuous to make that statement. When I look at this development coming in, and Mark is correct, the first project that was in there, we got down to like 50, and then conversation stopped. With the 111 units proposed, the impact on the school system is going to choke the system out. I don't know how many of you have children who go to Collycott or Cunningham. I do. I have 2 in that school. I can tell you right now, the planning rooms for the schools are getting taken, and they're being converted into classrooms.
So Stephen, and again.
I'm sorry, let's get back. Okay, so
Yeah,
back to
that's
the
really
project.
not something
111
to-
units is crazy, it's ridiculous. You're sticking a giant project into just over an acre. It's ludicrous. The design, we've been told tonight, it's gonna move. That's just a placeholder. I think that's fine. We've gotta work on the size. And I think open communication with the neighbors is gotta happen. You know, when we see alerts coming out in East Milton Time, not everyone reads the East Milton newspaper, let's face it, right? So when that does come out, that's great, but not everyone is seeing that, so we have to have open communication.
The Milton Times?
Milton Times,
Okay,
thank you.
okay.
Milton Scene, I think a lot of people get the emails as well. I think there's a lot of good communication. My concern is communication to the neighbors, because I've been stopped several times walking through East Milton. I go to the food market almost every single day. We've come across no one that's in favor of this project as proposed today. 0. And they're all willing to stand up and have that conversation with everybody to voice their opinion. So I encourage you to listen to what they have to say, be open in a dialogue, and, you know, let's not put profit above purpose of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any other comments on the residents of East Milton? Again, we're going to have another meeting, another open hearing on East Milton, tentatively scheduled for April 7th, I believe, for East Milton, right?
That's correct.
And,
How that one's different?
I'm sorry?
How is that one different?
It gives more people the opportunity to come and talk. It's just additional. It's just additional. And again, if what I mentioned before, then again, Steve, you may have missed it. We have asked Mass Housing for additional time, and to the extent we have additional time, we'll have more hearings. But we don't have that right now. And so that's why we thought we needed to go forward to try to get people's comments. And so that's why we did it. And so, any other comments or questions? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi. Ann Corso, 78 Antwerp Street. As everyone is talking about the 112 unit, I just have a question where you had Ms. Cochran, I think it is, aware of what the previous suggestion was for the Falcone by themselves, and how they were working with East Milton Neighborhood Association and had gone down to, I think, about 55 units at that point, and talks between kind of broke off, because my understanding was the Falcones didn't want to go down any lower. Then, all of a sudden, why would 111 unit be even on the board? Why would it even be suggested? If Falcones and Cochrans are working together, think it would be on that level. Then there's also been a couple of meetings going on with like the concept of what for East Milton Square. I can't remember. There's a group that's working with the town, getting ideas. We've gone, you're using Post-its. What do you like? What are you interested in? They were showing all different types of buildings, heights, 2 stories, 3 stories, 5 stories, or everything. Everyone from that East Milton area is on that lower height, the 2 to 3 story. Even at the meeting, we're all saying it has to be in line with the neighborhood. So I feel like that's falling on deaf ears, because I think the Falcones and Cochrans would you would have been well aware of everyone in the area of what they had wanted, and then this seems rather absurd, unless it's throw in the high number, let's work it down, move it back to 50, 55, what we want. They're going to take it because it started so high, so I don't know if it's a game going that way. And just kind of a parallel with the previous 40B that was discussed, they were talking of the traffic, their concern there for traffic and everything. Well, presently, East Milton is a nightmare, everyone knows that, all the way through the traffic, the parking. So if what's going in their neighborhoods, they had the same concern. You know, well, it's not just our surrounding streets, what about the other streets? Well, East Milton is there, we're 4 and 5 streets back. Traffic is always throughout that area, so that'll just be another nightmare in another part of town. But also, for 120 units, it's on 4 acres. This is 111, 9 units less on 1.2 acres. Doesn't really seem to make any sense. And just, we want to keep reiterating, we know there's something will go in there, but it needs to be in line with the neighborhood and with all of with the first gentleman who spoke wonderful about everything that had gone on the last round around. So here we are back again. So, and there was one, notice like some comments, it was on the Milton scene, but it was by Jennifer Cochran. I don't know if that is you or not, but, you know, one of the comments on it was that it's about the 40B going into a business district, and it's not like we're shoving it down anyone's throat. We feel like it's being shoved down our throats. So I find that very insulting, and very demeaning, so.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to just take some, just so people can hear?
So I do apologize. I did not mean for that to be offensive. I understand now that it may have been. That's just a common term that people use for 40Bs. So I was saying, you know, part of the 40B gets a really bad rep because a lot of...
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could just, let's be civil, please.
So I think 40Bs tend to get a bad rep because it is a state statute that dictates that if a town is underneath its affordable housing unit count, that developers can bypass certain parts of the process. We are not necessarily here to do that. That is why we're here tonight. So I do apologize for that comment. Additionally, just to speak again about the 55 units that was previously proposed on the site, when we came onto the project, we ran the numbers on that site plan, and it was infeasible, meaning the building was not making enough money to support the construction loan it would take to build it. So very basically, that project could never have been built as planned. So we don't make it a practice of presenting anything that we don't think could be built in the future. And so for that reason, we took a look at it and we moved on using what our best judgment generally is. So that's just to speak to the unit count now. Also, I know that in some of the Judy Barrett meetings, she's having people focus less on unit count and more kind of on the general site plan and the design of the building, which are all things that we can work on, as well as the unit count. In the 2015 master plan, I read it as Milton is generally overhoused. The average household size is 2.75, whereas 76% of the homes are single-family homes. So that says to me that a lot of people are living overhoused, meaning that maybe some people in Milton are waiting to move into a 2-bedroom unit or a 1-bedroom unit and to sell their other houses. So that's part of the reasoning too for that unit count. We do think generally it is appropriate, but obviously, we're here to listen, and that's kind of part of the whole thing.
All right, other comments? Well, could we let other people, and then you can come in again, sir? Other comments on East Milton? Sir? Oh, sure, I think you were next. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is John Cohane, 73 Antwerp Street. I'm town meeting member, Precinct 7. And I'll speak to your points, but to you, it's like, in listening to everybody here, it's like this proposal is like too far away for a starting point. And so towards the items that you need, 64 feet, I look at as it is right now, and I know we've talked and people have talked, but as it is right now, as this application is right now, it's 64 feet above the street level at its highest point over on Bassett, not including roof structures. To me, that's just not, that design is not site appropriate. It just isn't. And so we have to work together, but we have to object to this proposal as it is right now to work together because this is too far away. And it's just not site appropriate. And for that reason alone.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen, very helpful. Other comments, sir? Could you just, so people can hear you?
Look, I was just curious, does the town have a fire truck, a ladder truck capable of serving this building?
That's something we'll have to.
Or is that gonna be something we're gonna need to get?
We'll have to find out.
I mean, because if not, that's a pretty big safety concern.
Yes,
Anyone living on, what is it, 6 floors on the 6th floor? You know, now you're putting lives at risk if you don't have a ladder truck to service it. And I think it's gonna put a pretty big strain on the police department as well. You get medical calls, all kinds of things. You know, the infrastructure obviously can't handle it. That's beside the point. But this is a safety concern.
Yep.
You know, that's that. So.
Thank you, sir. That's helpful.
Could we have your name, please, and your address?
Dan Barron.
Say?
Dan Barron.
Dan
Thank
Barron.
you.
Oh, I think, yeah, we got an email from you. We have your email, Mr. Barron, so.
As usual, I tend not to talk, but I do. I'm Joe O'Neill, 27 Alvin Ave, 65-year resident of Milton. I just want to throw out some statistics and I'll get out of here. There's this thing called transit rating. Conley Building, East Milton Square, which would be similar to this, gets a rating of 31, not good. Canton Avenue, I don't know how it has a higher rating. The rental property, that might become something. It's a 32. Milton Village, I don't know the exact location, gets a 62. Quincy Square, which is what you're looking for, gets a rating in the high 70s, most of them. If you get really close to the station in an area that's walkable, it gets to 80. The prior presentations talked about it being on a transportation, almost like it was a transportation hub. A 31 rating is not a transportation hub. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Yes, sir.
So I don't have any comments, I just have a couple of questions that I'd like.
Yes, sir.
My name's Israel Alvarez, 635 Adams Street. First question is, you made a reference to East Milton itself having under the expected number of low-income housing, is that correct?
No, it's Milton as a whole.
Milton as a whole, okay. So that wouldn't apply to just East Milton Square, it's anywhere.
They don't break down the numbers like
Okay,
that.
got it. So that answers my first question. Second one, you mentioned parking currently used by restaurants. That would be just the on-street parking, right?
No,
Because there is no parking.
The Falcones rent out 35 spaces in their lot to be used by no bar and happy park at night.
And where is that?
It's at the site, so at 4 Franklin Street.
Because in my experience anyway, and maybe this is just bad experience, what I see are cars being parked on the street everywhere for the restaurants already. So I'm kind of curious how this works. It doesn't seem to add up in any real world numbers. Like the 35, those are already being used by the restaurants, right? So there's a significant number of additional parking spaces that would be needed that are going to go on street, I guess?
No, so we were just accommodating, so normally would do in a site like this, would do about a 1-to-1 parking ratio depending on the area. We factored in a little bit higher than that because of the restaurants.
So where would the parking actually be?
So in the same lot, so we have some spaces, 48 spaces below grade and then an additional above grade parking structure. And so there will continue to be, I mean, you're familiar with are you familiar with the site?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the parking lot that's right there, the parking will remain essentially right there.
Got it. And that's going to accommodate all the influx of new automobiles here?
We
That's
think
your
so.
expectation?
Yeah.
Okay. Has anybody done a traffic study that's available to the public to see here?
So we haven't updated one yet. We'll do that as part of the comprehensive permit process. But we looked at the 2017 study that was done by the Falcones, but that was done for 7,500 square feet of office and 7,500 square feet of retail in addition to 55 units.
Because, I mean, just by common sense, I live on 635 Adams Street. For 2 hours a day, well, sorry, for 4 hours a day, 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening. It's just a straight up backup down Adams Street and also down Granite Street. It just doesn't, it seems to defy common logic that this wouldn't make the situation much, much worse. So there will be a process where we can actually look at the traffic study itself?
So part of the process, and again, I don't want to choke off any helpful dialogue. I just want to make sure we maintain order. We don't want to have kind of a.
I'm just interested in these
So in terms of,
questions
yeah,
answered.
absolutely. So in terms of the comprehensive permit process, which would, so if there is a site approval, after our comments, going through the comprehensive permit process in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals of Milton. So the Zoning Board of Appeals is an appointed board, and the developers would apply for a permit with a comprehensive permit with the Zoning Board of Appeals. And as part of that process, the Zoning Board of Appeals, which are appointees of Milton government, they would conduct public hearings about traffic studies and other conditions and issues.
Fire equipment
absolutely.
needed.
We're taking comments because we want to address the three issues that we can address with mass housing and make a persuasive case on what we think of in those three areas. So
I just wanted to make
yeah,
sure
no,
that this would
absolutely.
be open
There's
to
a lot of
public
there's a lot of
review,
unfortunately there's
the
a lot
traffic
of
study
unfortunately a lot of misunderstanding about the process, and we're doing the best we can, and we have a website page devoted to trying to explain the process, and we'll do the best we can at every meeting to try to explain the process. But unfortunately, it's not something that is intuitive.
I can imagine. The last question I have is, has your company undertaken similar projects in other areas in Massachusetts, and how would we find out about how those progressed and how the neighborhood feels about them, whether the company's a good partner to work with, and so on and so forth?
So we're currently doing a lot of work with the city of Chelsea on a 40-hour zone. That will be hitting I'm sorry.
That's the city, we're in the town, yeah, just to clarify.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
We're in
So the town of
town.
Amesbury, we actually converted a 40B permit to a 40-hour permit back in 2015.
Yes.
And Sean led that project, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more. We're happy to give references from anybody that we've worked with in the past.
To the neighbors, the town, that we have done.
And I apologize, I'm kind of letting us go here, but try to talk into the microphone just because people at home they won't hear anything.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sean McReynolds, Director of Development. Yes, we have done multiple 40Rs, and one of the 40Rs was a 40B prior in the town of Amesbury. It was 240 units. We then went in and converted that permit to a 40R, so it became more town-friendly. And we worked very well with the town, as well as the abutters, and that has been a thriving community that you guys can go up and take a look if you want. It's managed by corporate management. But I do want to add, we have experience not only in 40B, but 40R. We think this is an ideal site for 40R. But it's unsure about how to get to the 40R process.
So have any of those other projects that you've done been a comparable size or had comparable challenges with nearby traffic already, or pre-existing serious traffic conditions or anything like that?
Yes, so Amesbury actually was 240 units adjacent to a single-family neighborhood, but it was adjacent to the highway, so there was local traffic concerns. We did work with the police department and the public safety elements to make sure that we addressed any of those safety concerns. In Chelsea, we've done a 330 unit, which was a smart growth development adjacent to, call it a Silver Line T station, so a rapid bus line, but there was also concerns because of it's adjacent to triple deckers and two-family houses. So we worked with the neighbors and we've worked very well. So
is that 110 unit proposal relatively small for you guys, or is that fairly large, or how did
it's the smallest we've done.
It's the smallest, okay. Got it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We got a little far afield, but again, we don't want to choke off. We don't want to choke off dialogue, ma'am.
Well, it was actually about the Amesbury one. It's definitely not a residential neighborhood in terms of easements.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Other comments for the purposes of our comment letter on the East Milton project?
Can you show the talking the sticking 2.2?
Sure. So what we need to focus on for our comments are the site of that the site of the proposed project is generally appropriate, and this is all on the website. So if you can't get it from me saying it's all on the website, the site of the proposed project is generally appropriate for residential development, taking into consideration information provided by the town or other parties regarding municipal actions previously taken to meet affordable housing needs, such as inclusionary zoning, multifamily districts, etc. 2, that the conceptual project design is generally appropriate for the site on which it is located, taking into consideration various other factors, including the site plan, building massing, topography, environmental resources, and integration into existing development patterns. And 3, that the proposed project appears financially feasible within the housing market in which it is situated, and that's only if we have comparable information to base it on. So it's really whether the design and the neighborhood is appropriate for this kind of project. That's what we're looking for here. Comments that are focused on that. So. Yes, sir. Well, actually, before we go to seconds, is there anyone else who hasn't spoken who'd like, ma'am, do you want to come up? Yes, please. And please talk into the microphone so people can hear you at home.
I'm not really prepared, I'm just...
Okay, we'll have another meeting. We'll have another meeting.
Wild up, you could say, emotional. I grew up in East Milton, still live there. I'm Bernadette McAvoy from 24 Washington Street. And this town is like dear to my heart, and East Milton especially. And to think that someone is going to just come in and say, oh, check it off the list, we're going to meet Milton's, affordable housing, and profit off that is concerning. And the fact that the developers bought property with that plan in mind, with no promises as far as we know, that is their problem, I'm sorry. So the infeasibility, like you're not going to make enough money, well, that's actually not our problem. That's actually not profiting from affordable housing. Now, if we want to meet our affordable housing needs, and we know something's going in there because it has not ended. It's not ended. They've bought up properties of families. Okay, so families that live nearby are also directly impacted. There are people who live right around that area, and they grew up in a residential neighborhood. You can call it a commercial district. You can call it a business district. I remember when it was 5 and 10 in the bowling alley and the little movie theater, and we have the fire station. This is a small town. Yes, we have, we were a dry town for centuries, and now we have 2 eating/drinking establishments that is affecting the neighborhood. I'm sure some people are enjoying going there. I'm not knocking them. I'm saying people are parking, people who are working at the restaurants and other businesses there are parking in front of residents' homes for the entire day. This has been going on for years, but it's getting worse, okay? So this is encroaching upon the residential neighborhood. There are little children trying to play in their driveway, shooting hoops, playing street hockey, trying to go over to their friend's house, and they could be killed at any moment. Whiz, a car goes by. I'm having a heart attack every minute. My little kids, I have 3 children, want to play with their, go down to their cousin's house, want to go down to their friend's house. My heart is up here, okay? So this is a neighborhood that already has cut through traffic. We have now these new businesses that have brought in so much traffic. I mean, just the spinning around and around and around in that neighborhood where there are small children, and families have been there for decades. I mean, there's a family that, I know they posted a comment, they were there for 55 years. Now their daughter and small grandchildren live right there. They're all right there. Does anyone take that into consideration? You can smile and say, I'm not shoving it down your throat, but you are, and you're not really taking into consideration the actual human beings that live in those houses, that get up in the morning and they're trying to get through their day and get their kids dressed and off to school and to work. It's like really an emotional thing. Like, we're not like direct abutters, but we're up the hill, we're up on Washington Street, and don't forget, we're part of Milton too. Do you want, is there some plan to push this into Quincy? We're making some new geographical changes. We are part of Milton, and if you want us to be isolated, you can go ahead and put up these units, because we will never get to where we need to go. So we've all been in Andrews Park. Every game's not going to be in Andrews Park. We have Cunningham Park. We have Kelly Field. We have on and on. I can't even think where we go all the time, running up to Milton High for the Park and Rec games. I mean, just everywhere. St. Agatha. Fompon, we have games everywhere. And then you're just trying to get out of that area is a challenge. But, you know, I grew up there. We're East Milton people. We are resilient. We're a tough group, but we're an educated, loving a group of people. We're beautiful people. We're hardworking. And we're not going to be insulted by these, like, you know, delusions of grandeur. I don't know where you're coming up with these ideas. 111 units in that little corner. That's just outrageous to me. And there's people living right there. There's someone trying to sell their house. Like, it's not fair. Like, it's just like there are little children in those houses and elderly people. And they are putting their lives in their hands when they go to take a walk. There are elderly neighbors afraid to take a walk or like cross the road. I mean, like to begin with the cut through. I mean, unless you're completely transforming East Milton Square and, you know, maybe there's, you know, some big master plan that these people are gonna bring to us. I don't know how that's gonna happen because you're a private developer. I don't know. This is just absurd, and common sense should prevail and decency should prevail because it's a complete disregard for the people who actually live in East Milton. Like, they are residents. It's a residential neighborhood with a few shops, and now we have a few businesses that are like, you know, establishments where people are coming from everywhere. I'm just saying, like, this is our town. And we shouldn't be pushed around. It should be like something that the town, you know, is really involved in fully. I know you are, I don't mean it like that, but I'm saying it shouldn't be that we're like afraid. What are they gonna do next? What's their next move? And, you know, shooting for the, you know, let's put the grand slam out there and hope for the double or the triple. So we're all riled up, right? We're all riled up. Everyone, I mean, there are elderly neighbors. I think one of them's gonna have a stroke over this. Like, you don't even understand how upset these people are. This is not acceptable. I just find it like so concerning. I can't even say enough. But anyway, that traffic study as well. The traffic study is, can it be by an independent party? Because like a developer funding a traffic study is kind of like humorous.
So
I don't understand like how that's even like something that someone would look at.
So if the process proceeds, if their site approval is allowed by Mass Housing, then the town gets $15,000 to use to look into how the project would fit in. So we'll have $15,000 to use perhaps for that, perhaps for traffic.
Because I have plenty of video footage of the mornings trying to get out and people flying around. It doesn't, they don't care because they're cutting through. But there's, you know, so there are times a day where it's worse. So, you know, obviously you're going to look at all those things. It's not going to be a developer-funded traffic study because that would really make no sense. But thank you so much because I get riled up and I'm emotional.
It's completely understood.
Thank you so much. And I just really wasn't prepared, but then it just came out.
And we'll have another meeting if you want to come by and talk again.
Thank you so much.
All right, appreciate it.
I'll be prepared next time. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McAvoy. I do want to acknowledge, because she's been here, is Ms. Keys from Senator Timberley's office has been here and is taking notes as well, and I know that the senator wanted to be interested in this process as well. Does anyone else want to speak for the first time, and then we'll get back to the people who want to go second? Anyone else want to speak for the first time on East Milton? Ma'am.
Mr. Chair, if I might?
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone here that has comments in favor of this proposal? So is it fair to say that everyone here that's prepared to speak regarding this agenda item is in opposition to this proposal as it's been submitted?
Yes.
Okay.
So who are you talking
I didn't feel comfortable asking people to come tonight because of the virus. Sorry.
In the efforts of moving this meeting forward, and I'm not trying to curtail a public comment session, but I think that the sentiments have been expressed, and I would just kindly urge everyone to just keep that in mind as we move forward. Otherwise, we might be here all evening.
Thank you, Tony. Ma'am?
Hi, Shannon Hegarty. I live at 20 Collinwood Street in East Milton. I just wanted some additional clarification. You said that the town would receive $15,000 after this project is approved.
No. It's after so again, the process is the developer has made an application for site approval with Mass Housing. And Mass Housing has come to the select board and said, give us your comments within 30 days, and that's been extended through April 15th or April 20th for this project. And we provide comments in those three areas that I referenced, and then Mass Housing will decide whether or not to approve the site, and that's the first stage. And then after if the site is approved by Mass Housing, and typically they are, frankly. They typically are. Then it would go to, the developer would go to the Zoning Board of Appeals and seek a comprehensive permit. And there would be a 6-month process of the Zoning Board of Appeals reviewing this application and reviewing the request for a permit and perhaps adding conditions to this. And they would review traffic, and there would be public hearings associated with that part of the process. So again, this is the initial part of the process. If site approval is allowed, and again, it typically is, then it would go to the Zoning Board of Appeals in the town.
And then your third point that...
Ms. Collins may have something to
But
add.
I just wanted to make sure that you understood that at that point, the Zoning Board of Appeals has access to state funds to help us with peer reviews and things like that of studies. Does that, okay, you got it, okay. Thank you.
And your third point that you wanted us to clarify or to provide comments on was about the aesthetics of the building?
So the three are, and the three are whether the project is generally appropriate for residential development in the area, whether the design is generally appropriate for the site, and then whether the project is financially feasible within the housing market. And again, you'd have to have financial information if so those are the three areas.
Okay, well, number two, I think that it's unfair to ask us to provide commentary on whether it's, whether it looks right in the area if you're not even finalizing your plans and you just sit here and you tell us that this is going to change. I think that that's an unfair.
Well, I will say that we are commenting on the application as submitted. That's what our comment is on. So what they have submitted, even though they've suggested it may change, we are commenting, and Mass Housing is deciding on what has been submitted, not on what it may be in the future or what changes may come.
Okay. And earlier, when you opened up this meeting, you had said that Milton is a beautiful town. Everyone would love to live here. The market is strong. We all know that the market is very strong. And yet you stand here and you say that you guys took a look at the 55 units and that it would not be financially beneficial to the builder, and you had to increase that to 111 units. I think that you need to address that clearly this is a financial play for the builder. I mean, it's ridiculous, and anyone to sit here and think that you would not make money off of 55 units and you have to increase it now to 111, I think it's a selfish thing for you to come here and to just throw at us.
Can I just make a comment about feasibility?
Yeah, and I know I don't want to choke things off. You could address things to me. Just we want to make sure we maintain order. But if you want to, and talking to the microphone, if you want to respond.
No, the simplest way to say it. So when we talk about feasibility, we're not talking about our fee, which traditionally remains relatively similar anyway. Feasibility is essentially taking out a mortgage, so it's 55 units is not enough of an income to support paying back the loan that would mean that we could build it in the first place.
I'm talking profitability, not feasibility. Two different things.
So, I mean,
Right.
profitability doesn't really play into the unit count at this stage. It's really a feasibility play. You don't have to believe me, we can show you.
Well, all right.
No,
come on.
I know I don't have to believe you, and I won't believe you. I think you are standing here to literally make money off of East Milton and jam something in our small area. And I think it's ridiculous, so.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Does anybody else have anything to say for the first time? And I think I have your name before, Ms.
Goodman? Ms.
Yes,
Goodman?
yes. Do you want to come up and?
I just had two quick points. In terms of hold on, I forgot it. The site appropriate for residential development, I mean, it is a residential area. However, that site is not appropriate for the size of the residential area or development planned. And in terms of the conceptual design right now, it doesn't fit at all with what is in East Milton Square. I mean, there's some large flat brick buildings, and then there's some 2-story homes, some 3-story homes, a church. I mean, nothing about the residences at East Milton, or whatever it's proposed to be called, looks like that. I mean, so if those are the two things, I don't know about the financial feasibility, but those two, I don't think it works. 599 Adams Street, is that what you needed?
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, ma'am?
635 Adams Street. In looking at the design of this building, what we've seen through Milton scene is really just like a clipped image. Where can we go to see a full rendering with all the specifics? Because this is not much, and as I've gone through the article, gone to different links, I really haven't seen anything that will really show in great detail what you've proposed at this stage.
So, Ms. Alvarez, the entire application is on our website.
Okay.
And it's on, and if you go to the link that says 40B applications, I think it says.
If you go to the news section, you'll see public meeting notes for all proposals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
And that has the full application in it with everything that
With
they
every
provided
detail.
to Mass Housing and to us.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Also click current projects.
You can click current projects on the
And see
website, I'm
it
told.
there.
Yes.
Just two comments I have about what is visible now. I don't know if you guys drive to and from the Fruit Center on Bassett Street. That intersection at Franklin is tricky. So to build a 6-story building right up to the sidewalk on both corners, to me, is extremely dangerous. So that in itself, I think, is one great reason to scratch this and maybe build on Adams Street instead of putting this gigantic monster of a property across from residential houses. The other question I have is, in this traffic study, have you specifically looked at how 100 more cars in the morning during rush hour will affect our school buses? I live on Adams Street. My son's bus stop is at the corner of Adam and Pilgrim. I have 3 children who've gone through Milton Public Schools. My youngest is in middle school. If it snows, if there's a backup in any way, that bus would be 40 minutes late sometimes. And it would start with the high school and it would flow down to the grammar school bus. So that disrupted my children's education so many days. When we had road construction going on for the water and the gas, same thing, those traffic details, it would deter some people from going that route, but again, those buses were delayed and delayed and delayed. We'd be standing on the corner for up to 40 minutes sometimes, and lots of parents would just give up and sit in the traffic and drive over. So that's a key concern, that our kids are gonna spend an hour every morning late for school.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarez.
That's all I
That's a new and very good point. Anyone else with a initial comment who hasn't spoken before? So now we have our secondary speakers, Mr. Croninger, Mr. Barron.
I'll be extremely brief, and I will, but the whole thing about brevity is we're going to have to live with this the rest of our lives if this isn't done right.
Mr.
So
Croninger, yeah, absolutely.
I don't intend to be long because I
And
haven't
you
eaten
don't need to,
dinner
and
yet.
you don't need to be, you can take all the time you need, and we're going to have another meeting too, so.
Just a couple of comments just in rebuttal. A, the parking answer was probably one of the worst answers I've ever heard. No animosity toward you, but just to say, well, we'll make them fit. They couldn't even figure out how 55 cars were going to fit in that last thing, and now to say 110, I mean, that shows just a total lack of preparation in my book.
I didn't say we'll make them fit.
Well, there wasn't a very clear answer to me. 2 of the 3 points that you articulated were straight out fails. So I hope who's ever articulating this letter, you mentioned there was a consultant or something, is able to put those things that were very eloquently spoken tonight into that, because, and the third point about whether it's financially a thing, that's not feasible. I had a boss when I very first started my first job who said, don't make your problems my problems. As long as you always remember that, we'll get along just great. Well, the Falcones have a problem. They bought 2 houses and some property in East Milton Square all along thinking they were going to use a 40B to shove this down everybody's throats. And that's what it is. It's disingenuous to say this is a philanthropic endeavor. Well, they have a problem now. And if 55 units weren't adequate to fund the mortgage that Mr. Falcone would have to take out to his project, and it's going to take more than that, 55 was completely unacceptable. So Mr. Falcone's making his problem my problem. I'm sure Mr. Falcone has a lot more money than anybody else in this room, so I can't say my heartstrings are grinding too much for the problems about his finances. It's not a monopoly board, East Milton Square. It's not a place where you buy it, Park Place or Baltic Avenue, and stick your things and then throw a little green house on the corner and call that 40B housing. That's where we live. I've lived there for 22 years. There's a lot of people who live there all their lives, and this is outrageous. And you can bet I will be at every meeting, and I will be an irascible pain in the butt unless something really thoughtful comes out of this. And I don't care how much money the Falcones lose on it. He bought the property and made a bad bet. A lot of people have made a bad bet on stocks and everything else. Too bad. Suck it up.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cronin. And you asked about the letter. The process that we went through on the letter before was that we prepared a draft and we circulated a draft. We put a draft online before, and then before we finally approved it. So that's what I hope we'll do here, because we have the time and because we had the meeting tonight to get some comments, because given the time constraints that we still have, again, we thought that was important. So that's the process that we'll go through, I believe, here as well. So, and then the other point on Mr. Croninger, in terms of being irascible, we're going to, to the extent that we have discussions here, they're going to be orderly, they're going to be civil, they're going to be courteous, and I understand the passion, I understand the concern, but in order for us to do our work, which is to create a persuasive comment letter to Mass Housing, we need to conduct things in an orderly, courteous, civil way. So that's what we're going to try to do. And I know Mr. Croninger was orderly and courteous, and I just want to reemphasize that. I said I know you were orderly and courteous. I was. Yeah, I said I know you were. I said I know you were. Absolutely, and passion is welcome here. Any other comments? Mr. Barron, do you have a secondary or? Yeah, Mr. Barron first, and then Mr. Cohen. And if you could talk to the microphone, just so people at home can hear you.
I was just curious. I don't know the answer, so I'm looking for an answer. Yeah. The property now is zoned how? Commercially, residentially, or both?
Yeah, I think it's residential. Mixed use, residential. Yeah, it's residential C. So it's mixed. So it can be residential.
Over a certain amount of units, this would be a commercial building, correct?
I'm sorry?
Over a certain amount of units, this would be a commercial building, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean. I mean,
If
you can
there's
have
over
both.
a certain amount of units within the building.
Yep.
Isn't it considered commercial after so many?
Well, no, commercial is whether you have commercial properties within the building, and residential is, whether you have places that live in the building. So that's the way the zoning goes, whether either people can live in the property or whether there are businesses that can go in the property. And here, it's a mix. You can have both.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
And you're stretching my knowledge of this too, so. I appreciate it, Mr. Cohen, did you have something else to say?
In the interest of keeping it moving along too, these three reasons are reasons to turn down the site application?
These are the comments that we can give to Mass Housing, and Mass Housing is deciding whether to approve the site.
Right.
And also the conditions that they may
impose on this? Okay,
yes,
okay.
on the site.
Okay. And if we, going through our days, have enlightening thoughts, who could we direct those towards this?
Yeah, so we have a website, and we're soliciting written comments as well, and they go to Mr. Dennehy, and his email is on the site. And
yep.
So just
Going
send.
today.
Oh, you did, okay.
So we've gotten numerous emails from East Milton. They've all gone to our consultant.
Yep.
They've all gone to everyone on the board. So everything that's been sent to us, everybody's having access to, so.
And as it is now, without an extension, March 20th, the letter has to go out?
April 20th.
April 20th.
We did get an extension. We got one extension, but now we're seeking an additional extension because of the state of emergency. Hasn't been granted. Don't know if we'll get it, so that's why we thought we had to go forward tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Any additional comments on East Milton Square? Going once, going twice. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We tentatively have another meeting on East Milton if you want to come again on April 7th, I believe. And if we have additional time, we'll have additional meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, item.
Take a 3-minute break while we're waiting for the room to break.
Yes, we're going to, what do we call it? We're going to suspend for recess. Thank you. We're going to recess for 3 minutes. And we are back from recess. for the March 11, 2020 meeting of the Milton Select Board. Item 6 was our acknowledgement of Milton Fire Department promotions. Unfortunately, we will have to defer that item until the next meeting because our public hearings took the forefront on that. So we'll defer that till next time. Our firefighters had to go on to other things, including work. Item 9, discussion of the general land area minimum 40B safe harbor. This is an issue that relates to the 40Bs that we've been talking about. And there is a safe harbor if the town has 1.5% land area that is, I believe, covered by affordable housing. 1.5% of its land area that is covered by affordable housing. The town has sought, on a previous occasion, back in the end of 2014, that safe harbor. At that time, it was rejected by the Department of Housing and Community Development. And the issue has been raised by some residents about whether the town should seek that safe harbor going forward. If we were to do so, we should do it sooner rather than later. Given the recent regulations of the DHCD, this is something that we should claim sooner in the process rather than later. We have reviewed this with our consultant, Judy Barrett, and the advice that we have from her is that it is not a good idea, that given recent regulation, given the new regulations that went into effect in 2016, 2017, on the 1.5% issue, it is actually more difficult to achieve that general land area minimum under those regulations. And in fact, no town or municipality, as we understand it, has achieved it under the new regulations. There have been claims made, there are legal actions pending, but no town has successfully claimed it. So this is an effort that would entail some expense. We'd have to hire an engineering firm to do it. And we have been advised, as I said, by our consultant, that it is not worth pursuing because it's not something that we could successfully claim with DHCD. So that's framing the discussion. Comments and questions from the board. Ms. Collins.
Well, I'd like to clarify that it wasn't so much rejected as we were too far away from that 1.5% to really be eligible. And from what I understand, part of the difficulty is that there's a little subjectivity, especially where water bodies are concerned, what qualifies as far as streams and rivers and intermittent versus perennial and size. So that's a complicating factor from what I understand. That being said, I think there are, the planning department is still looking at it. So it's not as if the town isn't looking at it at all. But it would be an extremely heavy lift. And since we weren't close before, it's not that likely, from what I understand, that we would be over the threshold. Is that fair? Okay.
Other comments and questions? Ms.
I'm not in favor of pursuing it. I was on the board when we tried it in 2014 and was at all those hearings on the Randolph Ave 40B, which is the one it came up in. And we made the case. It was presented to us by an attorney who represented one of the neighbors to that property, and we submitted it. The state rejected it. We have not added a lot of units in the meantime. We've added a handful here and there. And what I've consistently said to the planning staff throughout the years is I think we need to, as we're adding units, we're going to be adding 4 units at the Henry site. There's other properties that are going to be coming online. We need to keep updating that. But we're not close to the 1.5% based on the calculations that were done 5 years ago. So I'm not in favor of pursuing this at the time.
I wonder though, perhaps as a delay tactic, would that have any merit?
I'm sorry, Tim. In terms of how would it be a delay?
So you make this argument. Well, a couple questions. Let me backtrack for a second. We would need to hire an engineer independent of our own engineering department in order to do this.
We've been advised by our consultant that the best way to do it is to hire an independent engineering firm that has expertise in this area.
Okay.
And that could be quite costly.
Okay. So setting aside for a moment the fact that the resources, financial and otherwise, might be a detriment to us, and also keeping in mind the fact that we made this argument roughly 6 years ago, and if we were to put forth the same argument, it would need to be extra persuasive. Is it fair to say that taking this approach may delay the process in some way, shape, or form? And perhaps I'm starting with like a flawed premise, that it won't, but may it? Would it? And if so, is it worth pursuing it for that reason alone?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think we have a history where the claim was made in, I believe, in mid-December 2014, and the decision was rendered by DHCD on December 31st, 2014. So in that case, it seems to me there wasn't much of a delay.
Turnaround.
Okay.
There was.
Kathleen O'Donnell was also consulted, and she weighed in on this again recently, didn't she?
Yes.
Saying that it's not worth pursuing.
So
that it's an argument that's just not going to work.
Yes, and she was actually representing the board, I
The
believe.
selectmen, not the Board of Appeals.
Yes, the select board back.
Special counsel, right?
Yes.
Back in 2014, made the case back then, and as you say, Tony has advised that she doesn't think it's worth pursuing at this point.
Maybe we could, if you haven't already, and you may have communicated that to that gentleman, Michael Brown, who has asked us to pursue this.
I've and kept them all up with this, and I'll if the board doesn't wish to pursue it at this time, recognizing that under the regulations there is some time bar if you don't raise it within a period of time. DHCD could take the position that that you can't pursue it for a particular project. So I'll certainly, we've had a lot of back and forth with Mr. Brown and kept him apprised of everything that we know, and I'll convey whatever the view of the board is on this. So,
And Mr. Chair, maybe, convey our thanks to the resident for bringing the idea forward. The challenge here is that when a project gets proposed for a particular neighborhood, that neighborhood looks at it with a fresh set of eyes and is really not familiar with the process and doesn't know what the town may have already explored. So this is, I've said, this is not our first rodeo with these 40Bs, and we've been through this a few times, but for every neighborhood that gets impacted by a proposal, it's almost like starting from scratch and the same issues keep coming up. So it's worth the resident bringing these things up and exploring it, but I don't think we'll be successful.
Well, the point that you just made is one worth re-emphasizing. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
all right, so I don't think a vote is required on this, but certainly we wanted the board to consider it and see if it's something we want to move forward on. So at this time, we won't move forward on it, and should something change, perhaps we'll revisit it. Item 11, discussion approval of the statement of interest to the Massachusetts School Building Authority. I believe we're deferring this item.
We are.
Item 11, discussion approval of the animal shelter invitation for bids. Is this something that, well, I was wondering why you were here, Marion.
Well, I'm very interested in everything that you do, as you know. Thank you. The president of Milton Animal League, Alyssa Cook, asked me to come. I represent the Milton Animal League. She's on a business meeting.
My former neighbor.
She's a wonderful person, very capable, and she's worked closely with this project for a number of years now, and I've been representing the Milton Animal League for a number of years. And I've been attending almost all of the advisory committee meetings. I'm not a member of the committee, so I'm here tonight to briefly discuss this with you. I'm not a member of the committee. I represent the Milton Animal League, so I don't have an official position, but I do know that the committee has voted the revised plans for the Milton Animal Shelter. They've been reduced in size and number of rooms and types of accoutrements in order to try to bring the square footage down and the cost estimates down. And they've reached a point where they've decided these are the specifications that they want to work with. They've had a detailed cost estimate prepared, and they've also had the square footage cost estimate prepared. And right now, they have a promise of $2.7 million from the Copeland Foundation. They've raised $860,000. So what I did to sort of give the board some background is we had written a letter pretty recently to the, you can pass this around. This is just to take home and read if you'd like. But this is the information we provided to the Copeland Foundation upon the request of their attorney, who is now talking to the board about how their gift might be provided and what would be the funding schedule, or what would, again, this is all, I want you to read the letter because it's general. It's our concept of what we think might take place, and there are suggestions in there for different ways that contributions could be provided. Obviously, an upfront contribution of $2.7 million given to the town is the simplest and most direct, but foundations frequently want to at least divide their gift into 2 fiscal years, and we expect this will be a 1-year plus project. We hope it can go out to bid later this spring. So the reason I'm here tonight is to say that at this point, the advisory building committee wants the board to consider whether they will approve bid specs, understanding that Bill Clark is on vacation right now. He will be coming back, I think, the 19th to the 20th of March. We still want to review the specs. Every member of the building committee has them and is looking at them. We have 2 architects, among others, as you know, who appointed them. My particular thing is that I'd like to see add alternates when the bid goes out, so that we'll have some flexibility depending on
Sorry, Marion, you said add alternates?
Well, you can provide specifications that say, do this or do that, how much will this cost, that's an oversimplification by far, but Bill Ritchie has suggested this. That's a way to try to be able to respond to costs that are unknown in terms of what the bids will come back as, so that we might not have to go back and redesign if they come back higher than we want them to. I just want you to know that there's been that type of discussion with your advisory building committee, as well as a lot of work on continuing to revise plans to try to reduce costs. And because the Copeland Foundation is a major donor for this project, they are key decision makers. They have agreed to this gift, but they now need to tell us how they think they can provide the funding, and we need, the town is going to have to decide with the assistant of council, will this work in terms of being able to say that you have a firm commitment for funding, because this isn't a town appropriation. So you can't go out to bid unless you know that you have the funds. This is very straightforward, but it's not easy because we don't know how the bids will come back. However the bids are written, they need to be written in such a way that they can be turned down, because if they're too high, we won't have the funding. And that would be very unfortunate, because the longer we wait on this project, the more the costs go up for the same project, so it keeps getting cut back. But that's just life. That's the way it is right now. Construction is expensive these days. And I think that the plan, while it has been cut back, is still an excellent plan. Will provide the facilities at the same size, really, as what the town currently does in terms of the number of cats and dogs that will be sheltered. It still has a meeting room, and we hope we can keep the meeting room, because that's the one feature that the town, I think, is going to find of general use. And it certainly would be very useful to providing care for animals, and it would be useful in an emergency. So I'm here. I'll try to answer questions if you have them. I hope you'll take that letter and read it through. In terms of the formal vote that the board has to take, the advisory building committee does not make decisions. You have to make each decision. So if you need more information from the committee, maybe after reviewing this letter, I'd be happy to help the Milton Animal League, and the committee members I know will be responsive if you need something else. Is there anything else you wanted from me tonight?
Comments or questions from the members? So, Marion, does the committee support our beginning the invitation for bid process at this time, or is it better to wait until we have?
Well, they support you taking that vote. I just wanted you to understand that that doesn't mean that tomorrow bid specs are going to be issued by the town, because we want to review the specs again, and we want to look at some of the issues that I just mentioned to make sure they're in there. And you know how it is reading bid specs, but you're welcome to review them and give us some additional suggestions. And again, Bill Clark is on vacation. He's the one who's been meeting with the committee most recently. So nothing's going to happen till the 19th or 20th when he gets back, and then we'll be reviewing a bit more. So the final edits to the bid specifications still will take place. I think that unless you feel you don't have enough information, that the committee would like you to take a vote so that we can move on to this next step. However, I'm still waiting for more detailed information from the Copeland Foundation. So I don't know how you feel about this. I mean, do you want me to wait until I get that information back from them?
So Marion, our next meeting is on the 25th.
Mhm.
It sounds like we'll have more information on the 25th. But again, comments or questions from the board on whether we want to move forward at this time or wait until we have more information on the 25th.
Would that hold up things too much if we waited
I
till
don't
the
think so. I mean,
25th?
if Mr. Clark isn't coming back till the 20th, he's going to need a few days to go over everything. I just wanted to give you advance notice that this question was coming to you. I'm the only one who was able to be here tonight. I'd really like to have maybe one member of the committee and Alyssa here as well. Hopefully she'll be here on the 25th. And meanwhile, we'll give you some additional information. That gives us some time to get our more details back from the Copeland Family Foundation about
And
how they
certainly this is helpful, and anything additional you can give us during the time, and we'll put it on the agenda for the 25th, and Mr. Clark will be here, and hopefully you and someone from the committee can as well. Ms. Collins? do you have
No.
That would be helpful, thank you. So I'll tell everybody to expect that this will be back on the agenda on the 25th, and
Yes.
we'll get every bit of information we can together for that meeting.
Thank
Thank you for the
Thank you,
detailed
Mary.
letter.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Item 12, discussion approval of the FY 2021 budget. I'm looking through, do we have that, do we have those documents here? I don't know if we have the budget.
It's not in the OneDrive.
Okay, wasn't in the OneDrive. So I apologize if we didn't have it in the OneDrive. It had been circulated. The question was whether we could approve the use of free cash that was approved by the finance, that was recommended by the town accountant and the town administrator, and approved by the finance committee of this board and the finance subcommittee of the school committee last Friday. The time issue here is that the warrant committee is hoping for a final word sooner rather than later. However, in the crush of other issues, I don't see those documents here. What? It's in the OneDrive. It's in the OneDrive.
Paper copy with me.
You have a paper copy, great.
Paper
Okay.
copy, because I have a couple of suggestions.
Okay, all right, so let's get it in front of us. Tony, if you don't have it, and I don't, we'll get it in front of us. The OneDrive, if I just click on File here, I'll get it?
I can look on with my neighbor.
Follow with me if you like.
Only if I can find it.
You're looking for agenda on your desktop. And if you open agenda, you open the folder for Select Board 2003-11. It's now sitting in their FY 2021 budget workbook.
Why can I not find it?
All right, and Katie, your questions are specifically about the use of free cash?
Yes.
Is that right? So let's,
I don't see it, do you?
maybe you can help me. Yeah. Oh, okay, I can, actually, why don't you help, why don't we make sure Melinda gets it, and then I can look on with you, and we'll, thank you. All right, so Katie and the rest of the board, where we were on the budget prior to last Friday was we had about $169,000 in free cash. I'm sorry, $169,000 out of budget for level service. We had about $762,000 of unallocated free cash. And we had requests from the schools for an additional $634,000. We asked the schools to reduce that and tell us what they could put back with $300,000. The schools did that. and told us that they would fund 4 teachers with an additional $300,000. Based on what we're able to do with free cash and one-time items, the recommendation from the town accountant and the town administrator was to fund the schools an additional $342,000, which the schools said could accommodate 4 teachers and a bus to help with their overcrowding issues. And so where we are now is we are balanced at level service. We have a proposal for the use of free cash, which includes several allocation, and the allocation of free cash for operating funds is at $174,000, which is less than 10% of the total of free cash. Last year, we had free cash used for operations in the amount of about $600,000. It was 30% of the free cash. And the $174,000 that has been proposed for the use of free cash this year, while it is about 10% of total free cash, it turns out it is about 0.1% of the entire budget. So I think the view of the town accountant is that this is while this is an austere budget, in the respect that it provides primarily for level service throughout town, except for 4 additional teachers, a bus, and a pilot program for our teen center so that we can open up on Friday and Saturday nights. Other than those items, this is a level service budget. So it is an austere budget. It provides for an increase over last year of 2.7%. And so this seems to be, and I think the town administrator and the town accountant deserve great credit for having a very well-managed financial situation in town. Contrary to, maybe a suggestion earlier this evening, the facts show that this is a very well-managed budget. So with that, maybe we can talk about the use of free cash, Katie, if everyone has that in front of them.
Yeah, I just have a couple of tweaks that I want to suggest and see what the board thinks of this. And let me start it up by saying I want to thank the chair for stepping in. I had some surgery. I was not able to make 2 of the finance committee meetings. So thank you to the chair for taking my place and filling in at those meetings. Having not been at those meetings and taken part in the discussions, the only things that I want to suggest that we make, I think, are fairly minimal. Overall, I think, and we kind of said this at our last meeting, I think going forward, we've talked about creating a free cash policy. I think it's imperative that we do that before the next budget cycle. And I think we're going to have a conversation early in the process next year in terms of what direction we want to give to the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, which I served on at one time. I know you served on, Mr. Chair. That committee works very hard, but $800,000 for capital, I'm glad we reduced it. We had some success reducing it by $200,000. We needed that because we ended up using some of this for the operating budget. But that's basically not leaving us the funds to put into the general stabilization fund. We may be at what some might deem an adequate reserve, but I'm of the view that we should continue to put something into the general stabilization fund each year. We're not going to be able to do that this year. We are recommending $200,000 into capital stabilization. The changes that I want to propose are we're adding $100,000 to the legal budget. I suggest we break that between the law budget and the selectmen professional services, because some of it is really not law. Some of it's going to be 40B consultants, which is not law. It's a housing consultant. And I think some of it is going to be airplane related, which is air quality monitors. So I think it's better to have that in our budget. And I know the town accountant's here and she's more aware of this than anybody, but we're going to have to revise the budget requests themselves so that at the back of the warrant, the budget request is higher too. So I would break the 100 up. If there's any way you could do it. The easiest way to do it is 50-50 and say 50,000 for the law budget, 50,000 for professional services. I think it's just clear at a town meeting to explain to them in the comment and at town meeting if we have to answer questions on it as to what that's for. That's my suggestion. The other suggestions I had relate to the Affordable Housing Trust and the OPEB Trust. right now, what we're proposing is $83,569 into the OPEB trust, $25,000 for the Affordable Housing Trust. I have been hoping we could do maybe $100,000 for the Affordable Housing Trust. That's not doable. What I'd like to do is switch those numbers to some extent so that we're putting an even dollar number into the OPEB trust, like a round number, like $100,000. Could be 75, could be 100. I'd suggest 100 because we've talked a few times at the finance meetings that if we put in a number like 83,569, it's pretty clear to the rating agencies that that's what was left over from free cash and we're just putting into the Affordable Housing Trust. We want to be in a process where we're committing that we're going to make a certain level of commitment to the Affordable Housing Trust year to year, and we're going to keep that up no matter where things go with the budget otherwise, because that's such a huge unfunded liability. So whether I'm putting it out there for discussion, whether we should make that a round number. It could be 90,000, it could be 100,000. If we do 100,000, it means reducing the Affordable Housing Trust or somewhere else, but I'd propose the AHT to 8,569. Unless the Affordable Housing Trust gets a large injection of 100, 200, 500,000, there's really not much the 25,000 is going to let them do in a given year. So whether it's 8,000 or 25,000, I don't think makes much of a difference. If it's 100,000, that gets them a little more play. But I think it's important to the rating agencies to have a round number show for the OPEB, and then we continue it from year to year. And we are able to tell the rating agencies that, not me, because I won't be on the call, I'm recused on those issues, but we're going to be going out to bond, presumably, for the fire building project, the school building project. So it's going to be important to have those conversations with the rating agencies, and I think that's a reasonable suggestion to put in a round amount into the OPEB trust. So those are my suggestions to the board. People may agree, they may disagree. I wanted to present them tonight to the board. This is the first opportunity to do so. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. Other comments, questions?
So, Katie, are you suggesting that if we don't follow that our bond rating might be at risk if we don't follow your suggestion?
No, I mean, I think there's all kinds of factors that rating agencies take into account, right? So we need to be in a position where we have kind of a long-term plan that once we finally fully fund our retirement obligation in a few years, then we're going to transfer a lot of what we put into the retirement into the OPEB trust. But right now, most communities are way behind. But there's a view out there that we should be trying to show that we're making some commitment to it. We're doing as much as we possibly can. And in the last couple of years, we've kind of taken an odd approach and just whatever was left of free cash, we put it into, even if it was an oddball number, an uneven number, we put it into the OPEB trust. And it just kind of appears that way. So I don't think anyone can say it's going to hurt or help. In general, I think it would help, but I don't think anyone can make the case that if it's 83 versus 100, that's going to hurt the rating. Sure. So I don't want to overstate it in terms of that. I just think it is viewed better if it's a round number.
The other question I had, I seem to recall at a past meeting, I don't remember which one, that we had reallocated some of the funds from the law budget and allocated them towards something else. Are we moving that back, a portion of that back? Because I think we took from there and put it somewhere else. Does anyone seem to recall what that was?
Yeah, Mike, you can take this.
Yeah, we reduced the law budget based on the bills that had come in over the last couple of years. We were holding that law budget at about $371,000 a year. Member Conlon suggested last year, thankfully, that we removed some of that based on the projections that we were at halfway through the year last year, 3/4 of the way through the year. And that helped us mitigate some of the shortfalls at the March meeting, the Saturday March meeting over at the Council on Aging with the Warrant Committee to try to balance the FY20 budget.
Right, so that was like an offset?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And it worked out perfectly. The number was almost spot on to the actuals of what we spent for legal services last year.
Ms. Collins.
So, Katie, I think what I really also hear you saying is for us to take a more standardized approach to OPEB and say we'd like to keep it at around 90,000 or 100,000 a year, no matter what happens.
And hopefully increasing.
Right, and well, yes, I mean, I know we're going to increase over time. That's our hope in really good years that we'd put even more. But, so I guess as a baseline, is what I'm saying. And then I know what 2027 we're supposed to be able to sort of make that gear shift. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if we were looking at, I'm just focusing on what are the tweaks that I think are the most important here. If we were putting 700 versus 800 in capital, maybe we'd have 200 in the OPEB trust. But we're far enough along the process that I'm not suggesting going back and revisiting that at this point. We've already done that. I'm just suggesting a way to kind of make this a little bit more, so that it looks more, and we can tell the story more, that we're making a commitment to it.
Let me ask, does it make sense to move some out of capital, and this is really to Mike as well, does it make sense to fill the gap for the OPEB trust and perhaps increase affordable housing by taking some out of capital stabilization? Is the $200,000 in capital stabilization, is that a magic number?
It helps us. So 2 years ago, when we did the streetlight retrofit, we borrowed from cap stabilization with the promise that we'd put that back. A portion of it is that, and then a portion of it is we've been working with the town treasurer to find out when is the best time to bond. And the consensus seems to be get off the 2-year August, which would be August of 2020, and maybe bond in February. He's a little more cash flush at that time, and you could get some better interest rates. Our consultant has said that at the beginning of the year, people are looking for investments, and you might get a better interest rate on that. And the idea that as we land the plane with our debt service every year, we don't want to see that big dip and then the big spike again, which we could see in FY22 if rates come in where we think they will. So it was a concerted effort to try to make sure that we had money in cap stabilization set aside, again, assigning that money to come back to a specific payback, if you will.
So it sounds like that $200,000 is a magic number that we don't want to change.
Yeah, and we may have rounded it to 200, you know.
Well, I guess the question is, if we want to keep affordable housing at 25 and take roughly 17,000 out of cap stabilization to build OPEB trucks up to 100,000, is that something that's reasonable?
Yeah, it's reasonable.
Ms. Collins doesn't look like she agrees, and I'm just, these are just ideas and certainly just a thought.
No, I'm just, I have to think about that.
Okay, no, that's fine. If it's easier to do as Katie suggests and to take it out of the Affordable Housing Trust, then I can certainly, I'm certainly willing to go along with that. From my perspective, that's just one vote.
I'm always concerned about cash flow, and that is something that we did discuss quite a bit, smoothing that out.
Well, if we took 6,500 out of Affordable Housing Trust, that would get our OPEB trust up to 90,000, roughly. Is that something that would be reasonable?
Yeah, I just think so long as it's a rounded number, it just looks better.
Thoughts?
I'd rather put an uneven number into the Affordable Housing Trust, because the rating agencies aren't looking at that. They're looking at the OPEB trust.
Comments, questions?
I have none.
All right.
I think we did a
Ms. Collins?
bang-up job here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know, I kind of feel like somebody's always looking at us for something. I mean, people notice what goes into the Affordable Housing Trust too, and we're, that being said, we are looking at some other ways of trying to infuse capital into the Affordable Housing Trust, and for that reason, I'm, well, first of all, let me say, I was very heartened that that the Affordable Housing Trust was considered in the first place. And so maybe for that reason, I'm having a little trouble letting go of a single dollar from there. However, because we are looking at these other ways to get capital in there, and the town is really, leadership is now dedicated to trying to do something. Not that we weren't before, but I don't know, something just feels like it's different now, and I don't know. Maybe the timing is just right, and so we're able to get behind things in a new way because we have more opportunity. But But I would say, I would rather not take it out of cap stabilization and
So do we have a motion on the use of free cash as amended by including 50,000 from the $100,000 in one-time funds for legal, including $50,000 for law, 50,000 for professional services? And do we have a motion on so the mix between OPEB Trust and Affordable Housing Trust?
So
Mr.
moved.
Farrington?
Yes.
Well, I think we need the numbers.
What is it?
Yeah, I want to,
I think
I'm searching for a motion here.
I think you nodded.
Why don't I
no.
make the first motion? We can do it in stages. I'll move that we, well, you want to break it out and just do the law and professional services first, and then take up the housing?
Sure,
interest?
let's do
Okay,
that.
So you made the motion, so I'll second it for 50,000 for law and 50,000 for professional services, which I think is your motion, Tony.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, now, the mix between the OPEB Trust and the Affordable Housing Trust. Currently, it's $83,569 for OPEB and $25,000 for affordable housing.
Like I said at the beginning, I mean, it would be great if we could put 200,000 to the Affordable Housing Trust. That's the only reason that this is even an annual warrant article, is we tried to do that a few years ago. If a majority of the board wants to leave it this way for this year, and then we're going to really commit that next year, we're putting in a rounded number to the OPEB, and we're going to have a policy that's going to say we're going to build on this every year, then maybe that's one way to do it, and leave it as it is. But it strikes me as again appearing that in each of a few successive years, we're just kind of giving the OPEB Trust whatever the leftover is, rather than committing that this is important, this is what we want to fund, despite our long-term plan. So
I think we should make the motion to put the number of $90,000. Is that acceptable, do you think? Or you really, I mean, yeah, 100 just seems more appropriate. For
that's
OPEB.
fine. That's fine. I can live with that. As long as it's a rounded number, I can.
Okay, so the 90,000. So, all right, so we're going to change the mix between
calculation.
OPEB Trust and Affordable Housing Trust, and somebody has a calculator, Katie?
Yeah, let me just do it.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, I've got a calculator here, so, but I'm terrible at math, so I probably shouldn't be the one to do this.
Okay, so that means we need 6,431. 6,431 from the 25,000.
And then
Maybe we should do a round number there too.
18,569 for affordable housing. That's what I get.
That's better. Last year we did 15, I think.
Yep, that's what I have too, 18,569.
All right, so the motion, I
I'll take every
believe,
dollar.
the motion, I believe, is to accept the free cash allocation as is, with the amendment that the amount for the OPEB Trust would be $90,000 and the amount for the Affordable Housing Trust would be $18,569. Is that the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion's been made.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And just so we can report to the warrant committee, is the will of the board to approve the budget? I'm not sure that we necessarily have to, but I think it would be useful for the warrant committee if we can approve the budget as has been laid out by the town administrator and the town accountant.
I'll move that we.
With these amendments.
With these amendments, yes.
Did you already make the motion?
No.
No.
I'll move that we approve the FY 2021 budget as presented. And we thank the town accountant, the town administrator, the school management, and all of the department heads in the finance committees for all of their work on the budget.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Again, this is an austere budget. Provides for level service with those changes that we identified, with those increases. And it does reflect very good financial management on behalf by certainly the town administrator, the town accountant, and the town. We thank them for their efforts. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I see our fire building committee representatives here. Actually, let me see where we are here. Where is the stream? First, we're going to go out of order if the board, without objection, and go to item 14, which is the streaming public meetings, because Mr. Mr. Lynch is here, and then we'll get to our fire building committee right after that. So we're going to skip, we'll take item 14 out of order and ask Mr. Lynch to talk about the streaming of public meetings. So this was, I'll frame the issue briefly. We have had several requests from residents to increase the number of meetings that are televised and recorded. By contract, the town, or the town, the Milton Public Access TV, by contract, is obligated to stream certain meetings, including select board meetings, but not subcommittee meetings and other town committee meetings. We have the option to request MPEG to televise additional meetings, subject to the availability of equipment and personnel. So we've asked Mr. Lynch, who's the executive director of MPEG, Milton Public Access TV, to come in and talk about whether there is available equipment and personnel to do additional recording, and that will inform us as to whether we should request that. So, Mr. Lynch.
All right, well, thank you, members of the board, for having me. I'll try and be brief in the late hour. I think we can start the conversation with just maybe what boards we cover for the public and how we cover those boards, and then we can talk about if we can cover more meetings. By contract, we cover about 7 meetings. They don't all happen at once. They don't all happen the same day, but they typically happen the same week. So I think that there's a scheduling issue that we kind of deal with weekly at Milton Access that we are trying to work with the town, and we try and cover as much as we can. Just for the board and the viewing public to know, so we have 3 channels that we can broadcast in Milton. It's public, education, and government. So the channels are limited in what we can broadcast on those channels. So for instance, we can broadcast a government meeting on the government channel. We can broadcast a school committee meeting on the school committee channel, and we broadcast public content on our public channel. But you can't really have, if there's 2 government meetings in one night, they both can't be live. We don't have the channel capacity. We could get into where one meeting could be live on the channel and one could be live streaming, but they couldn't both be at the same time. So we try and stay away from, if a meeting is live on TV, it's streamed live, and we don't mix, the other ones in. So that takes care of the channel capacity that we have. For meeting spaces, currently there's 4 meeting rooms that are built out to handle board meetings. The room that we're in now, the Blute Room, and the Council on Aging. The 4th meeting room is the high school studio for the school committee. That studio is one of the larger studios that handles a big audience. There is just scheduling and acoustic issues with that venue. I'll just comment that for the school committee to meet, the school department had to move the music department lessons around because it's in the music wing. So I just know, when the school committee kind of veers off their schedule from their normal 2nd and 4th Wednesday, that the scheduling becomes an issue. It just can't, the room's just so loud that it can't, you really can't have a meeting. We have the ability to do remote meetings. We've done them before, so we can go and do a setup in the Keys room at the library. The school committee went on tour last year, and we broadcasted from all the different schools. Remote meetings just take a lot of staff and a lot of preparation. There's also room for error, so we request that, if we're going to film something in the Keys room, it needs to be shut off all day so we can go in and set our equipment up. So the rooms just become not available. And then I should just comment on, for the meeting coverage itself, for staffing. So we are, for Milton Access, for staff, we have 4 full-time employees, 1 part-time employee that just works at night and covers our meetings. We have 2 interns that we have this semester that might be changing just because of the issues that we're facing right now. So each meeting we try and staff with at least, well, mandatory one Milton Access employee has to be at every meeting. We try and have volunteers assist those people, but meetings that we cover cannot be just covered by a volunteer themselves. It has to be a staff member. And it's just because of the quality that we're brought to programming and just the importance of the meetings that we don't, we really need to have the staff. So each meeting I have a staff member that works the meeting, and I have a staff member that monitors it remotely for any streaming issues, and also controls when the meeting is over. On a night like tonight, there's just one guy in the control room. We didn't have any interns are on spring break this week. So I think just to kind of wrap up, it's, we have some availability to handle additional meetings. It really just becomes a scheduling issue. Of the meetings I mentioned that we covered, a lot of the boards have moved to the second and fourth week of the month. I know this board has, and have moved to Wednesdays. So for instance, on some weeks on a Wednesday night, we'll have school committee, select board, and warrant committee meeting in 3 of the 4 rooms. So that's all 4 staff. I'm not, I come out and work meetings. Usually on Wednesdays, they have to work somewhat of a double, which I'm not complaining about, but we do have a public obligation in the morning to staff the office. So more often than not on Wednesdays, I'm running shows myself. Again, I actually kind of enjoy it, but I just wanted to throw that out there. So for requests that come in for additional meetings, what we've done in the past is we've sort of kind of taken it case by case and see what we can accomplish. When I first started, it was just school committee and select board. We added on warrant committee and Board of Appeals and Conservation Commission. There's requests from residents. We worked with the board at the time, and we were able to handle the additional meetings. Some committees that have requested us to film them that we don't regularly film. I know, like the Master Plan Committee, we've filmed like the summary sessions, or if like there's a big event going on in the community, we've done that. East Milton traffic, so we've filmed some traffic commission meetings when it's dealt with the square. We did film the FAA meeting when Congressman Lynch, organized that at the high school. We filmed a airplane noise committee meeting last year. We film all the substance abuse coalition meetings when we can. So I think that we try and film as much as we can. I would be curious to know what other committees or how many meetings you'd want to add on. But what we do for the stuff we're not contractually obligated to do is we try and see if there's a general interest for the public. If this board is posted at any other meeting, we do film those meetings because you are part of our contract. And we really just, we try and do as much as we can. What we try and stray away from is doing select meetings here and there of regularly scheduled meetings. So if there was a committee that was meeting, we're either going to do all or none. I mean, we really can't pick and choose. It just gets into an issue where people are looking for the record, people are looking for the tape, and then it just reflects poorly on us. But what we do is we are open, and we can usually accommodate those special, once a month, once a year, bi-monthly, things like that. So I really, I hope that lays out the equipment and the broadcast abilities of us. I mean, there's only so many rooms and so many things we can do. I will just comment, when I first started, I tried to make like a schedule for the town to show like where the committees meet and try and stick to that schedule. But we're fully aware of that you're all a volunteer board, and most of them are, so that whenever you can meet is the first, accomplishment, and then we just come and film when you can. So, I don't know if a schedule might work out where if boards and committees know when they meet and what weeks or days to avoid. And just for the staffing, I try and do the schedule a week out. We have a staff morning every Monday where I tend to beg, I say, there was a meeting scheduled for Wednesday, and my guys are really good about it. We all take turns working the meetings, but I try and be fair and not spring anything on at the last second. So I would just ask if there's anything that's going to be added, we try and figure out what the schedule would be so that we might be able to see if we can accommodate it.
Questions or comments from the members? So the specific request, Mike, that we've had for additional meetings is the Airplane Noise Advisory Committee meetings, which aren't, I think it's fair to say, over the last year, haven't met on a consistent time frame. So it would be more of the one-off that would be asking for, I guess, because unless they have a more consistent schedule. That's the specific one we've been asked for. So
Yeah. So I mean, I think the only thing I can say is that, you know, if there's any given night of the week where our contractual meetings are meeting, that's our top priority, and we take other meetings as we can.
Okay.
But more often than not, there are multiple meetings a night that we cover that we have to do.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Other comments, questions from the members? Ms. Collins.
Not specifically for Mr. Lynch, but I did note in one of the emails that someone made the point that it's very difficult to look at the public meeting calendar every day to see what's going on. And I know I get a lot of email alerts about who's meeting and when, and it has the agenda, and I do that just to see what's going on. And also when we put something out, then I know, okay, it went out. So that goes to my personal email. So my question is, does the Airplane Noise Advisory Committee have a similar sign up that people can sign up for any meeting notices, and then they would know exactly when there's a meeting? I do that for the planning board and school committee, and it's really useful.
I don't know if they do, but it's not a bad idea. I think the challenge for that committee is 2 members travel extensively for their
Yes.
jobs. So the meetings tend to be a little bit, when can everybody meet? And it's
Right.
difficult, it's been difficult for the last year or two to schedule some of those meetings because of their schedules. But, I mean, one thing I thought is perhaps if they could maybe schedule a couple of meetings in advance so that if there is a sign-up sheet, or people can at least know when the next couple of meetings are coming. And that way, if somebody's at a meeting, when they schedule the next one, they'll know when it is.
Right. But if we did do that, we could put something up on the website, and maybe just a general, maybe the Times wouldn't mind putting a notice in to say that you can now sign up for meeting notices, because your point makes it even more difficult for people to look, because they don't really have an idea of, well, when the next one might be. But I don't know technically, Mr. Town Administrator, if that is that an easy thing for IT to set up, or?
They've done it in the past for a lot of the boards. You get the planning board, I think the MPIC may have notification. Maybe it's just one of the larger meetings.
MPIC's had some glitches with it, because we had some complaints about that at our meeting last night, with people not getting notices, but,
I could speak to them about it, but
I think it's worth asking anyway.
And we'll have to connect with we'll have to connect with the chair on the specific request, the chair of the Airplane Noise Advisory Committee,
Yes.
to see if we can work out a sign up. And then if there is availability, and if there is a schedule far enough in advance so that you can schedule it if there aren't other meetings, contractually obligated meetings, perhaps we could look at it that way.
Do you know how many members are on the committee?
5 at the moment,
okay.
but it's up to 7.
Okay.
Typically, they meet in this room.
Okay, because this room can handle 8, so if it was a larger committee, we'd have to figure it out, but.
So maybe what we do is reach out to the Airplane Noise Advisory Committee chair about the sign up for meeting notices, and then the schedule. And then based on that, we'll see if there's anything that you can do along those lines. Ms. Collins.
I just was wondering how that works, because it seems as if when the meeting gets posted, then those go out. But does the clerk send those out? Who sends those emails out?
subscription
Yeah.
it's generated.
It's just generated, okay. That's what thank you, sorry.
Ms. Collins.
So, thank you, Mike. That was helpful, I think, to the general public watching. And, there's a lot of elected boards that aren't televised. The library trustees aren't televised. Cemetery boards not televised. Board of assessors aren't televised. There's a lot of meetings going on in town that, you don't have the resources to cover. You're covering a lot of the key ones that are policy-making boards, the board governing the school committee. Warrant committee was controversial when as you well know, there were a lot of people who didn't want the warrant committee televised. I was one of them, because the warrant committee is an area, it's a committee that people come on and you want them to ask the most basic questions without feeling embarrassed if half the town, or not half, but if a couple of thousand people are watching those warrant committee meetings, you don't want the warrant committee members to feel that well, I'm not going to ask that question because I don't want to appear that I don't know what I'm talking. So there are some boards and committees that, there's a lot that aren't televised, and there's a lot that are in the nature of advisory. And, you know, the Airplane Noise Advisory Committee, I would say to some of the people who've emailed us about that, the chair of that committee and the CAC rep come into our meetings frequently over the years. And if they're going to put a proposal forward, they're going to come into this board, and that is televised, and the decision's going to get made at this board to do it. So, you know, if you have the resources to cover extra meetings, there's a whole lot of people who would like the Master Plan Implementation Committee televised. And you know, there's a constituency for that, there's a constituency for the airplanes, there's a constituency that might like to see the traffic mitigation meetings televised. So you can't televise all of them. And I thought your remarks about what your resources was helpful, hopefully, to a lot of people. And I know that you and your colleagues at MPEG do the very best you can, and you do a great job televising the meetings, and thank you for all that you do. You know, to the extent that something can be worked out, that's great, but I think the public needs to keep in mind, we're talking about volunteers, most of them have day jobs. Sometimes it's hard for them to schedule meetings, a lot of them travel, and sometimes meetings get scheduled on short notice, and the statute only requires 48 hours, but a lot of them are advisory boards, and it's just important to keep that in mind. You know, a lot of the comments earlier tonight, I opened up Facebook the other day, I saw a comment about town council making threats against somebody, totally unfounded. There's a lot of agitation and confusion and comments that get made that really don't have any basis in fact, and it manifests itself in a lot of ways. Town government is doing the best we can. There's a lot of good things happening here. Thank you for what you do. Whether that committee can be televised versus whether it's more important to televise a different committee, you know, those situations will work themselves out. But hopefully people will understand that there's an awful lot in the area of airplane noise that gets televised at our meetings, and ultimately the decisions are made here anyway.
Well, just if I can comment. So when we brought on the warrant committee, it was definitely a learning curve for the committee members and myself. I did have to come and speak at multiple meetings. I think there was a issue or a period of transition from when we started filming to when the committee really felt comfortable on TV. So I'm very sensitive to that. I think that we should look at, you know, if it's an advisory committee to the town, and what I would normally do is I'd try and attend a meeting or two just on my own to see if it's like a workshop, if they're throwing ideas around and things could be misconstrued for the public, that might be something that, you know, we might want to stay away from. And to that point, that's why I was asking, I would say, you know, don't put it in the contract to make us do it, because I don't know if I could live up to that end. And to that point, you know, what other meetings could come down the line that residents would want. So I guess we can try and work through the process and see how it goes. But hope that, that people would understand that we're just, you know, we're trying to cover the most important boards, and we try our best. And
So Mike, that's very helpful. Maybe the chair of the Airplane Noise Advisory Committee will be coming in over the next month, and maybe we can raise the issue of the sign-up with him, and the possibility of scheduling meetings out, so if there are resources, and then the question to him whether it makes sense for the purposes of his committee. So maybe that's what we need to do. It's a suggestion.
I have moved to, we're starting in a few weeks just having my part-timer work covered at night, so that if the meetings pop up, they're fine. It's just really, they tend to pop up, and we have so many people working that we just kind of go down the list of what we can cover and go from there.
Anything further from members? So I guess the takeaway is we'll follow up with the chair of the Airplane Noise Advisory Committee, both on the sign up for meeting notices and whether meetings can be scheduled, so that if there are resources and this board decides to request that, given all the other meetings that are, we can perhaps do that. So does that make sense?
Yes,
All right.
sir.
So we'll have Mr. Schmidt, thank you, in over the next couple of weeks when he can, as the schedule permits, and we'll raise these issues with him. So thank you, Mike. Very helpful. Sorry for the late hour.
That's okay. Thank you.
All right. So item 15, discussion approval of the FY19 management letter. That is being deferred to March 25th. because of the availability or unavailability of certain members. Let's go to, without objection, item 17, the discussion of remediation of the Atherton Street Station. We have two members of our fire building committee here, and so I apologize, gentlemen, for the late hour.
Hey, guys.
Well, thank you for having us. I know you had a busy night. We'll make this really brief. Town meeting, when they...
Brian, I just want to make sure you talk in the microphone, just so people at home can hear you. Apologize for that.
That's okay. So when town meeting authorized the Fire Station Building Committee, they also provided $40,000 in funds for us. And honestly, and I do say this with complete honesty, with the some exceptionally talented appointments that Moderator Bob Hiss made to that committee, we have really been able to get a lot of sophisticated work done at no cost that we would normally probably have to undertake as part of that $40,000. So with the help of our Vice Chair, Dan Clark, we see an opportunity to apply some of the remaining unused funds to handle a situation in Atherton Street quickly that will ultimately help reduce the costs in the long run by us continuing to get Atherton on schedule. So I just thought it was important for everyone to realize we did not have an abundance of funds. $40,000 with a lot of what we did wasn't any overage, but we were able to get stuff done. It was amazing by members of the committee, you know, with their authorization and skills, and save that money. So without any further ado, let me introduce Dan and give you a lot of specifics.
Yeah, so since then, we have also gotten our $2.7 million in design funding. So as part of that process, doing our due diligence over at the Atherton Street Station, required test borings, geotechnical company, engineering firm under our architect went out and dug test pits to identify the soil types, all to figure out what kind of foundations they need to go, how deep, things like that. As part of that process, one of them came back with a foreign substance that wasn't soil. So they're required by EPA law to test it. It came back positive for naphthalene, which is a oil substance. It went over the threshold for reporting it to EPA. Subsequently, we did some research and found out that there used to be a 1,000-gallon oil tank buried behind Atherton that's since been remediated, but probably indicates that over its lifetime, it had leaked at some point. So there's essentially soil that's been saturated in an oil residue that's a contaminant that's above the legal threshold. So we have an opportunity, though, kind of best interest of the town, why we wanted to move quickly on this is there's a 120-day grace period from when our sub-consultant has to legally notify DEP that it's out there. And so we wanted to move this quickly, and we thought the quickest thing to do would be to use some of our funds, which would fall under the design threshold. So there's two components to this. We need to have our geotechnical engineer, who's a certified environmentalist, who document that it's been remediated correctly and it's everything that's supposed to be remediated is. That's approximately a $9,000 cost. Our committee voted to cover that fee out of our original $40,000 that's left. We thought it was beneficial to keep the ball moving to try to move forward towards June 6th as our deadline for that 120-day grace period. And that comes from basically motivating towns or owners who encounter this to be motivated to remediate it as soon as possible in the best interest of everybody. If you eclipse that 120 days, it just creates a lot more paperwork, becomes more expensive. So there's just more legal hoops to jump through. So we thought that it made sense because we could do the design side under our funding to try to push forward with that direction. And the other component to it is the actual cost to excavate it and take it off-site. Because it's got a high enough level, it would have to go to an asphalt batching plant where they would process it and separate the oil out from the soil so that it can be disposed of properly. That's approximately $20,000 to $30,000. And there's two reasons why we don't think that our committee can cover that is we don't have construction funding. Appropriations, our appropriations are strictly for the design side from that 2.7. So we're kind of up against it in that side. And then we did have conversations with DPW of if this was something that they could handle. They don't have the hazardous certifications to be able to do it in-house, so they would have to solicit externally to get multiple bids. It wouldn't have to go out for a public bid because the cost threshold of 20 to 30 would keep us under, that we could solicit multiple bids and go that direction with it. So wanted to come to the committee, inform you guys so that we can hopefully try to find a path forward to get this remediated within that 120 days, hopefully. So we were trying to give ourselves an internal deadline of having it done by Memorial Day, so we kind of have that week buffer if something happens.
And just so you know, the full discussion at our Fire Station Building Committee and a vote taken to use those $9,000 funds to do this. It's a way to assist the town to get this done.
So.
Comments or questions from the members?
I just have a clarifying question. So you're looking for additional funding above your 40,000 from the town?
We're looking for DPW to be authorized to go out to solicit the bids so that they can do the remediation of excavating the soil and sending it out to be processed, yes.
But to be funded out of the DPW budget?
I would assume so.
Do we have
Possibly
those?
a reserve fund transfer or something like that. It was very unforeseen. There is time sensitivity to it. In a perfect world, the Public Works employees would be certified to handle hazardous material. They're not, unfortunately, so that would be something that they would probably have to solicit some.
So a reserve fund transfer in the amount of 20 to 30,000, somewhere in that ballpark. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that.
Knowing that they only came upon this and trying to do the due diligence to take a look at Avenue Street.
Right, exactly.
On a positive note, we have done the test borings at the headquarters location where it's going to go, and nothing came back from that, so.
Good news.
Good news.
Yes.
Good news. Other comments or questions? So just in terms of process, this would be a DPW initiated action, wouldn't go through the chief procurement officer because of the amount?
Yeah, in coordination with the DPW director, yeah.
Okay. And Chase, this is something that he has the expertise to follow up on in terms of hiring the right organization?
They have companies in their Rolodex that do this.
Okay. So when would we need to approve the reserve fund transfer? Do we need to, do we need to, get some quotes on this? And when will we need
Yeah,
to
I
take
think
action?
we could run with the whole quote solicitation thing and then figure out if it comes out of Public Works, then we realize that this was unforeseen, and then that's a reserve fund transfer they may ask for.
All right. So it doesn't sound like we need to take action on this tonight, but we can get DPW acting on it.
Yeah, basically wanted you to be informed and looking for your blessing that we're not then doing this additional legwork and due diligence, then come back and say, we don't support this. We want to make sure that in theory, there's support to keep going down this direction without spending energy.
Well, I mean, we need to rebuild the fire station, and this is a component of it, and it's an unforeseen component. It's something the town probably needs to take responsibility for.
Correct. I mean, ultimately, you could make the decision of, we'd rather see it stay 100% part of the Fire Station Building Committee and choose to push it down the line. It's certainly a direction we could take it. It does come with the negative ramifications of it, just becomes more burdensome. That $9,000 probably doubles for our consultant. And then, cost.
You delay the building of the whole building.
Yeah, so cost will increase if we delay it out.
This really isn't design, and it's not what you intended the 2.7 for. It's not what you intended the 40,000 for. It's something.
The
different
design part, yes and no. So the 2.7, yes, like the 2.7 and the 40 was, we have contingency built in that. Right. So the design side of it, but it's pretty clear that appropriation doesn't cover construction, and the way we viewed it, it's remediation, but it would need to come out of the construction budget, which we don't have anything for at this time.
I see. Fair enough. Any other comments, questions from the board? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
you.
you.
We'll communicate this to DPW, and then when and if we need to do a reserve fund transfer, we'll take it up.
Thank you.
Sorry for the late hour.
No, of course. We'll be here later.
All right. All right. Back to, do we have anyone else here? No one else here that we can get to. Back to item 13, I believe, the housing production plan.
This is just a very simple announcement to say that DHDC has approved our housing production plan, and we should have the letter shortly. So that's very good news. I think the Housing Committee and the Affordable Housing Trustees would have liked to have had a little more time to start getting the ball rolling. I realize that some people have been wondering what the town has been doing around affordable housing, and we've been working with a consultant to get this plan together, and it really is a milestone for us, a little eclipsed by what's going on, but I think worthy of celebration. And it really was a wonderful team effort, and included people from the planning board, the planning department, this board, the master plan implementation committee, the affordable housing trustees, and residents who came out and participated with us, and Karen Sonnerborg, our consultant. So I just want to thank everybody again for their work, and say, please take a look at it. It's up on the website, and it gives you an idea of the town's priorities about integrating affordable housing in ways that are really thoughtful and will keep our community knit together in the traditional way that we have been. So, thank you.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations to the efforts of the Housing Committee and the Affordable Housing Trust. It's a great achievement, a great milestone, and hopefully not too overshadowed by the other things that are going on in housing in town.
We're going to still work on it, so it's important that we do it.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you very much for that. Item 16, discussion of the Budget and Financial Advisory Committee proposal. I don't see that we have this, unfortunately, in our documents, but perhaps the specific proposal, but perhaps we can talk about it in concept. In concept, this is an idea, given that we don't have a CFO in place. The idea is to utilize some of our volunteer expertise in town to establish a committee to assist in providing a financial forecast over a 3-year period, and assist in that kind of budgeting foresight. And it could be a 3-member committee to work with the town accountant, with the town administrator, with the school department, to try to prepare and to vet a long-term financial plan. That's the idea. And so, questions, comments? This initially was going to go to the Finance Subcommittee, or the Finance Committee. Because of our issues with the budget, it hasn't been taken up as yet, so we put it on the agenda tonight to see if there is, if the will of the board is that this is something we should pursue. Comments or questions? Mr. Dennehy.
I would appreciate it.
Okay, all right. Ms. Collins.
I think it's a wonderful idea, and I think who proposed it? A resident proposed it.
So this was proposed. This came to us from Leroy Walker, and it came from discussions that he and I had. So it was really a collaboration between Mr. Walker and myself in terms of the language that we had circulated, and I apologize that it's not in front of us today.
Yeah, well, I don't know if people feel a need to look at it. I have a copy on my laptop, but I think it's a good idea. We've been really wanting to hire a CFO, and we can't. We've reached a snag in combining all our financial functions into one department that I'm hoping that we'll be able to move towards in the future. But until then, we do need to do that forecasting. And
other comments or questions? Ms. Conlon.
I have a bit of a contrarian view, but I'll support it in the end. My sense is we have so many committees, and adding one more committee, we've added a finance committee last year. It's a little bit duplicative of that, because that is part of the charge of the Finance Committee, but we haven't had a lot of time to do things, including the policies that we want to put in place. We actually have a working draft of a 3-year plan, so, and we had a 5-year plan, just a short number of years ago that really just needs to be updated every year, I think. So, if the town administrator says it will be helpful to him, I'm willing to support it because it has a finite life. The draft, we don't have but I think it was a 1 or a 2-year term?
Yes, well, it was it 2 years or 18 months in the draft? It might have been 2 years,
I
but.
believe it was 24 months. Yeah.
All right, 24 months. Yeah, there was the idea was, Katie, to have a fixed time period so that this wouldn't be an evergreen committee,
Yeah.
that it would help the town administrator and the town accountant put something in place that could live on beyond that. That was the idea.
Yeah, 18 to 24 months even seems like a long time to me. I mean, it seems like we could get this done in fairly short order, but does the town administrator have a preference on the length of it? Would you prefer it, Mike, to be 18 to 24 months for the committee to be in existence?
Yeah, I think that's a good time frame. It's going to take a while to get up and running. Most of these committees, you have different people around the room with different skill sets. I think that the group will finally settle in about 6 months' time and then get productive quickly.
And I think the thought, Katie, was to try to vet a financial plan with the different departments.
Yeah.
And to spend time vetting vetting it with the departments and going through their assumptions and pressure testing their assumptions and pressure testing some of the budget assumptions going forward. I think that's really the time frame or the time requirement that I think that is the thought of the 18 to 24 months.
And is the latest draft that it's going to report to the Finance Committee?
And I apologize, I don't have it in front of me either.
I can read it if that's okay.
Yes, that would be great.
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
The committee will advise the select board, the school committee, the town administrator, and the town treasurer regarding potential improvements to the town/schools operational and capital budgeting processes, and will oversee development and updating of the financial planning process and of a 3-year financial plan for the town. The committee will serve under the direction of the Select Board Finance Committee. The committee will serve until submission of its final recommendations, but for not longer than a period of 2 years from initial appointments.
Okay, I can support that.
All right, well, the only thing we didn't include in that is the number of, and we can leave the number open in terms, we can just appoint whatever number we want, or we can set a number. My view is that it should be a smaller rather than larger committee of those with expertise in the area. So I had in my mind maybe 3 or so. Not sure if we want to include that in the charge or not. Thoughts on that?
3 is fine.
Right.
Yeah, smaller is better, I agree.
And I think it's very important if we do this for them to be really coordinated with the and guided by the, I mean, I know that they're coming back with it advising, but it needs to be, I think, guided by the finance subcommittee. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So do we want to amend that charge, Melinda? And I see you closed it down.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's easy.
Do we want to amend that to say that the committee of no more than 3 persons, or somewhere in the language? Do we want to do that, or do we want to just approve the charge as written?
I'm happy. I think putting the number in is fine.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea. So, Melinda, where should we put it? You have it in front of you.
Oh. Yeah, probably the least visual person of us. But, well, I mean, why not just put it at the end? That
The committee of
the
3.
committee, right. Oh, actually, wait a minute, where?
No, I'm saying,
Oh.
when you read this last sentence, just read it, the
Right.
committee of 3 will serve.
Right.
Is it fair to say, Mike, that Leroy wants to serve on this committee?
I think Leroy would be willing to serve on the committee, yes.
And we can get to that later.
Yes, absolutely.
It's his baby, so.
Yes.
Right, right, yeah, you could say the committee, comma, to be composed of 3.
It was part of his testimony at the special town meeting in February that the town needs to, and he came in to speak to me one day and said that if you're going to talk the talk, you need to walk the walk.
No, I remember it clearly. And I'm assuming that he would like to, but I'm not, I don't know that definitively. That's why I asked the question.
So if we have a motion to approve the charge as amended, we will have a charged Budget and Financial Advisory Committee, and then we can appoint the members later on.
Seconded.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Item 18, approval of the acceptance of donation to the Milton Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition.
I move that we accept a grant of $8,000 from Community Anti-Drug Coalitions of America to the Milton Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous. Item 19, approval of the Managers Union Collective Bargaining Agreement. Mr. Dennehy.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Had ongoing negotiations with the Milton Professional Management Association over the last probably 6 or 8 months. Very productive. They have a very strong team. Tom McCarthy from DPW, Rob Mallett from IT, Joe Prondak from Building Commissioner, Jack Calabro also from DPW. And we've come to a agreement, 3-year contract with 2% raises in each of the, we're currently in the first fiscal year, so the contract would run from July 1st of 2019, preceding July 1st through June 30th of 2022. Very, very robust and dynamic discussion. We, as an administration, wanted to qualify some of the managers as essential employees. We were able to do that, and they agreed with that. So there are 7 employees now, managers, who are considered essential employees of the town. We did take into consideration, too, that there are some of the managers who don't receive overtime. A couple of our hardest working managers who work any type of weather-related event, unfortunately, were paid on their own time. They were salary-based employees, so we worked into the negotiations and the ratification that they could use, they could earn up to 80 compensatory hours during the course of a fiscal year. That has to be used by the end of that fiscal year. You see weather-related events, other catastrophes, or we're under pressure now with the coronavirus, things like that truly are part of their job description, but can extend 200-300 hours a year sometimes. So, very nice group to work with. Very happy from the town's perspective with the compensation on the 3 years. Just looking through the contract to see if there's anything else that catches my eye. But if there's any questions that the board may have seen and is looking for a little bit more information. They did ask for, and we granted a clothing allowance. A lot of them, not necessarily out of necessity, but when they enter someone's home, if they work for the building commissioner or the assessing department, it helps if they have Town of Milton gear on them. So that was extended for the first time, that there'd be a clothing allowance to the manager. So that's about it. I'm looking for your authority to ratify that contract.
Ms. Collins.
I just have a question. What is the meaning of essential personnel? And
any weather-related, just because town hall is closed doesn't necessarily mean you don't need to report to work. Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. They're kind of super employees.
Like you.
Like all of us.
I'll move that we approve the memorandum of agreement with the Milton Professional Management Association for the 3-year period, July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Dennehy.
Thank you.
For that. Item 20, approval of minutes. We have before us the minutes of February 26, 2020. Are we in a position to vote on these minutes?
I had some minor changes, Mr. Chair. There's a couple of places where, in this case, it was Richard who was recused. We just need to say like that when he returned to the meeting. And I had some other minor changes. The one that said 4-0, I think it maybe was 5-0 vote. So I can pass these around, or? Yeah, there were 2 places on that one. Oh, on the board, yeah, that one.
It was a
All right.
I don't know whether you want to pass these around or whether you want
Yeah,
to.
why don't we take, if we can take action on it, why don't we take action on it?
I was out of the room earlier on that one.
Yeah, there was just one.
I remember that one. Yep.
Chance to set, circulate them earlier, I just read them late this afternoon.
Those look good to me. You want to take a look through?
Sure, and that's my only. It's only just that one that I gave you, yeah.
Right on.
Oh, okay. No, not nearly the streetscape.
Yep. So you do want to look at that? And then we could have a motion to approve the minutes with those amendments, if the board would like.
Seems fine to me.
I move to approve the meeting minutes as amended of the February 26th, 2020 Select Board meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Item 21, confirm future meeting dates. I think this is an opportunity for us to discuss what we want to do with our future meetings. Obviously, there was an issue today because we thought it was appropriate, on the advice of our public health director, to move this meeting from the Council on Aging, out of an abundance of caution for our seniors. We had one resident tonight who thought we should have postponed the meeting, who was here. And it's fair to say Mr. Wells asked that we postpone the meeting as well. So I think the question going forward is what we want to do with meetings. Do we want to postpone the executive authority of the town, meetings of the executive authority of the town going forward? And if not, where do we want to hold them? So, comments, questions from the board?
I think it's too early to propose that we suspend any future meetings. I think this is something that's very, very unique. It's unforeseen. Nobody really knows how to deal with it, so we take it day by day, just like everyone else is. And I wouldn't make a recommendation or support a motion to suspend any meetings. But getting back to something you mentioned, Mr. Chair, earlier, and you touched upon, Katie, I think some of the information earlier that was put forth was inaccurate. I don't recall Senator Timilty or Representative Driscoll supporting a suspension of tonight's meeting, and I think we would have been made aware of that prior to tonight's meeting, which we weren't, or at least I wasn't. So that doesn't sound like something that they would support. So I think there may have been a miscommunication, or that information was inaccurate. Mike, I think you did a wonderful job of running a very effective meeting under less than ideal circumstances, and I'd like to commend you for that. It was not easy. Certainly, I've gone on record as stating that I'm not in favor of this room for a variety of different reasons, much of which we saw this evening. Again, we were conducting a meeting under less than ideal circumstances and trying to make an accommodation for many of the people that did not want to meet in the Council on Aging. And some of the reasons that I've put forth earlier in my term, namely being when these meetings break and you have people, it becomes so distracting, you cannot continue the meeting. And that is not in any way criticism of the people that left here this evening, not at all. It's only natural when a group breaks to want to chit-chat. But it becomes so distracting, we can't move on to the next agenda item. So again, less than ideal. I think we all know that, but it bears repeating, so I would like to repeat it. Thank you for everyone that attended. Certainly your comments are appreciated, and they will be incorporated into the letter that we're drafting. So thank you. Thank you again, everyone.
Other comments?
I want to echo what Tony said. I thought the chair handled the meeting very well tonight under difficult circumstances, unprecedented circumstances, with a lot of people concerned. I would just suggest going forward, as much as I loved being in this room when we were a 3-member board, it's difficult being in this, around this table as a 5-member board, because you have 7 people at the table, plus guests coming up, and if we had had the audit committee tonight, we'd have had 3 or 4 of them trying to sit up here with us. So if we're not going to use the Council on Aging, I think and it sounds like the schools are in the same situation. They don't really want to have too many meetings over there, although I don't know what they're going to do about the school committee meetings. I would recommend we explore the Blute Room, because it is bigger in size than this room, and at least for the people standing around, there's not as many chairs for everybody, but they're not standing right behind us. There's a little more standing room downstairs in the Blute Room, and the Blute Room's not ideal either, but I also do not support suspending the meetings. You said it perfectly. We are the executive board in town. Town government has to continue, and we're bound by the open meeting law. We have to hold the meetings in public. So, so I think we should not suspend any meetings.
Other comments, questions?
I'll just
Ms.
echo
Collins?
the same. Thank you for running the meeting. It was, as they said, less than ideal, but you did an admirable job, and I really appreciate the spirit too, with which you engaged our residents and cared about them at the same time. So I don't think that we should suspend meetings. There was an interesting idea from a resident to try to allow people to participate remotely, so that if we are in the Blute Room going forward, that there's that option. I don't know if our IT department can help us with that, if that's possible with the technical equipment that we have. But I think it's worth exploring and looking at. I know I've run online meetings and been at board meetings where people are coming from around the world and they're all on a screen. And now we wouldn't want the whole town on a screen, but we might be able to do something where they could make a comment or something. I don't know. Hopefully this won't be so extended that we'll really need to do that. But
So I'm sorry. So I was going to say, we can explore with town council, and we will explore with town council, the opportunities for remote meetings, for getting leave from the Attorney General's office in the circumstances for remote meetings. We will explore that. And I know that our town council's office is on top of things as they are changing day by day, but we will explore the opportunity for remote meetings. And so it doesn't sound like there's appetite for postponing any of these future meetings among the members. And it sounds like there is an appetite for going forward to have our meetings in the Blute Room unless and until something changes. Is that fair? Mr. Dennehy? Oh, Ms. Collins.
Yeah, I'll just add that the Council on Aging is a moving target. We've been in touch with a lot of Norfolk County managers, and a lot of the Council on Aging are closing all activities. We had a 30-person bingo that was set up for Friday that we've canceled. There's some exercise activity over there that we're canceling for Thursday, tomorrow. It's unfortunate, but unfortunately they are the most susceptible population in our town, and I think just having those rooms filled with people using the entire building, quite honestly, wouldn't be a healthy use for that building. So I couldn't commit to the Council on Aging. I think the Blute is a good idea. There is the cafeteria there where we heard from some people tonight that they couldn't hear things. You can go into that cafeteria and turn the television on and actually hear the transmission. Something that we don't have the ability to do up here tonight. Again, knowing that Mike Lynch and his team do the best job that is possible, there's just not enough space in town with wired, components to make it happen. So.
All right, so we'll plan to go forward on the Blute Room, and just to close the circle, Tony, on any indication from our our state elected officials on postponing. I didn't receive any notification of that. And I actually spoke with Senator Timilty today about some of these issues, and he certainly didn't communicate that to me, so I'm not aware of any of that. So going forward, we'll keep the meetings as scheduled, and we'll plan for the Blute Room. Is that the will of the board?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. Item 21, Town Administrator's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Just a couple of things tonight. Again, I started talking about the Council on Aging. So unfortunately, due to the coronavirus, we had to cancel late last evening the annual St. Patrick's Day luncheon, which is very highly attended. Unfortunately, the food was cooking yesterday. They did a magnificent job today of, with the help of Vance Welsh, a local business owner, of getting takeout boxes to hand deliver or have people come through in a little drive-by type of way and deliver most of those meals. So it was an unbelievable effort by Christine Stanton and her staff and all the volunteers over at the Council on Aging, most of them draped in their St. Patrick's Day attire. So I think they kept it very festive over there, understanding that it was an unfortunate situation. Obviously, the governor's state of emergency late yesterday afternoon made that decision a little easier. But I just want to thank all the people involved in that today, and just unfortunately apologize to the people who have that date marked on their calendar every year. And again, just thank Vance Welsh for his help late last night to step in and to deliver those takeout boxes, which made it worthwhile. So that's about it for now. Really want to thank Caroline Kinsella for all her work and her team. The meeting that we had last week was a starter. You had mentioned all the business partners and institutional partners in town. We started sharing ideas. There was a conference call today we all jumped on. Obviously, it's still a moving target and a growing concern, but I think Caroline and her team are really, really on top of it and should be commended for the amount of time and effort they put into this.
And I would add that the call was coordinated today, and I think we'll be going forward by the chair of our local emergency management planning group, Lieutenant Chuck Caputo of the Milton Police Department, and he's coordinating those efforts. And so we'll continue with that, and he's coordinating with the state as well. So that will continue. And to the extent we get any information, the residents will have it.
Right. And the idea is, and Lieutenant Caputo did a good job of communicating this today, is that the town has one consistent message to people. There's so much information out there. The health director talked about reliable sources. Go to the CDC's website. We have VMS boards around town talking about the corona facts. Go on mass.gov. They'll give you updated numbers. They'll give you the information that there's so much information out there. Unfortunately, there's some misinformation going around. So the town is trying to proceed with caution and deliver one consistent message, whether it comes from the schools or it comes from the town side or it comes from LEPC or Council on Aging or anyone. So,
thank you, Mr. Denny. Chair's report, just to put a point on that, the effort by the Council on Aging to get the St. Patrick's Day meals to the seniors with the help of Vance Welsh, the local business owner, that is the example of the community working together in the face of some challenging circumstances with courtesy and civility and trust, and that's what, and respect, and that's what we hope we get, we know we'll get more of going forward, and so we look forward to that. Second and final thing, we received a report since our last meeting, a preliminary report from the FAA on the evacuation slide incident. Our report's been, it was obtained by, excuse me, Congressman Lynch and Senator Timothy. The report has been published to our website. This preliminary report, the finding is that, there was an unlocked door, apparently, that caused this, this evacuation slide to fall onto a Milton yard. We await the final report from the FAA on this. I think the takeaway from this is that the danger caused by this kind of thing is exacerbated by the flight paths over the same houses and the same neighborhoods. To the extent that human error causes these things to happen in the future, the percentage is higher that it's going to happen on the same houses because of those flight paths. And to the extent that the flight paths are dispersed, it will so disperse the possibility for human error causing damage or incidents for homes. And so to me, this is another reason, in addition to the noise, in addition to the other environmental issues. This is just another reason for dispersion and for the FAA to look at those flight paths and recognize the need for dispersion, because you don't want the same neighborhoods and the same houses facing that potential risk going forward. To the extent you disperse the flight paths, you disperse the risk. And so that's what the report says to me, that we need dispersion on these flight paths. That's all I have. Members' reports. Ms. Collins.
Nothing to report.
Mr. Farrington.
I have nothing to add, thank you.
Ms. Conlon.
Just briefly, last night, the Master Plan Implementation Committee met, and a couple of takeaways from our meeting, and maybe this is more future agenda items, but we'd like to ask whether this board has any items that we would like the committee to focus on for FY 2021. We've had a lot of planning-related activities that we've been working on, but so the idea is other things in the master plan that we would, so perhaps we could put that on a future agenda. In the meantime, we can all be thinking about it. And then we had a lot of discussion last night about the Milton Village zoning warrant article, and the committee would like the board to take a position on it, hopefully a position supporting it, but a position on the article itself. So, so perhaps we could put that on a future agenda as well.
Okay.
To that end, I think it would be helpful if we would look at all the articles and take a position on them prior to the meeting. I think that's helpful for residents, or well, for town meeting, well, residents too. Hopefully they contact their town meeting members, but for town meeting members as well. It might actually even help them formulate questions to.
So does it make sense to tee all those articles up to be considered on the meeting before town meeting, so that we have as much information as possible?
Yeah, maybe you could stagger it over a couple of meetings, because I think the Milton Village one, where it's been in the works for 3 years, it would be nice if we could have a position on that sooner. The committee talked last night about holding a public information session for town meeting members. We're hoping we'll get a good crowd, but just to educate people on it before the town meeting.
Right, okay, and I'm not quite sure which meeting you were proposing we take this up at.
I was suggesting the last meeting of this board prior to town meeting, but I think Katie's suggesting that we spread it out over perhaps the 2 meetings before town meeting. But that's just a suggestion, Melinda. There may be a better way to do it.
No, I don't know. I'm just wondering why wait? Is there information we feel that we're missing on? And I mean, which are? I mean, those we should take last. Then I guess is
the only thing that we may have later in the process are the comments from the warrant committee, which we don't have as yet. And so that may help inform our views to the extent that we know what the warrant committee's views on some of these things are. That's the only thing that I was thinking of.
Could we do 2 or 3 at any meeting? Maybe 2 or 3 on one meeting, then another 2 or 3 at the next meeting.
Okay.
Split it up that way.
Yeah, let's plan to do that. So that will probably start. We may have to start the next meeting.
April 7th is a Tuesday, and then the 4th Wednesday would be the 22nd.
So those are the final 2. So
Final 2 before we go May 4th.
Yeah, we might want to start the next meeting on the 25th.
We're already there.
Yeah. So we're already there. So we may want to start on the 25th.
And the only other thing from the MPIC meeting is our next meeting is the 31st of March. We're going to be having that night MAPC presenting their recommendations on this area, the town center, the civic center area. We had some preliminary designs last night that some of the residents from the neighborhood looked at, and those are going to be put up on the town website, so people can start taking a look at them.
Did you say the 31st?
March 31st. It's an MPIC meeting, but it's, obviously it's an open meeting, and members of this board may want to come and hear that presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Public comment response, no public comment, item 25. Item 26, future agenda items. Any additional future agenda items?
Mr. Chair, if you would, I know the night got away from us tonight because of it, but I know the Milton Fire Department promotions, and I know there was something you maybe want to touch upon, the work that was done this week.
Yeah, it is a great regret on my part that we didn't have those promotions recognized tonight. Given the number of people we had for those 2 meetings, we thought that we should move forward, and then by the time we got to them, they had to go on to work and other things. So we want to recognize them. In conjunction with that, thank you, Ms. Denny. I forgot in my report, I was going to mention, and I mentioned earlier, part of the stress that this town is under included, we had 2 fires in 2 days during the last week. And as always, our fire department acted, and they were both 2-alarm fires. We had assistance from other communities with those fires. But as always, our fire department acquitted themselves, our firefighters acquitted themselves expertly. And as I understand it, there were certainly no fatalities, no major injuries that I'm aware of. The damage to the houses varies, I think it's fair to say, but our firefighters, again, we have great gratitude and thanks for all they do for us, and they did a great job on those 2 cases, one day after the other, in helping us with that. So hopefully on the 25th we can recognize the 4 firefighters who were promoted 2 weeks ago, and it is a regret that we didn't get it to tonight, but we'll try to do it next time. Community happenings. Anyone have any energy to talk about community happenings? Seeing none. Item 28. The desire here is to recess, because we have an executive session for the select board, is to recess the select board meeting and to open a meeting of the trustees of the Governor Stoughton Trust, the Governor Stoughton Fund. We will reconvene in open session only to go into executive session for the select board. So I'll entertain a motion to recess the select board meeting.
So we're recessing, not adjourning this meeting?
I think we're recessing, and then we have to go back into the select board meeting to go into executive session of the select board. So we'd recess, open the meeting of the Governor Stoughton trustees, adjourn the meeting of the Governor Stoughton trustees, and then go back into the select board meeting for the purpose of going into executive session. The purpose of that is to not keep people here for our executive session. Our ubiquitous reporters from the Ledger and the Times. So that's the goal.
I'll move that we recess the select board meeting.
Second.
Motion been made and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. We'll call to order a meeting of the Governor Stoughton's trustees. Item 2 is a discussion of the Milton Food Pantry. Purpose here is to, there was some discussion, given the COVID-19 issue, there was some discussion about whether we could and should fund the Milton Food Pantry because the advice that people are being given with respect to COVID-19 is to stock up. And the Milton Food Pantry could help people stock up. So I don't know if we have a request yet from the Milton Food Pantry, but that's the purpose of the discussion.
Yeah, we do not, but it was brought up at Friday's coronavirus meeting, and it was mentioned again tonight by the health director that if this infection should ramp up, that people are asked to stock up on food, and because some members of our community can't, then it was a conscious decision maybe to reach out to the food pantry and see if they could request funding from the Governor Stoughton Trust Fund in order to make it available for them, for those in our community that may need it.
Ms. Collins.
Right, so the idea is if someone has to shelter in place at home, that they won't be able to go out and they wouldn't have been able to stock up. So hopefully the food could be delivered so that they would have food. So perhaps it's as simple as alerting Noreen that the Governor Stoughton Trust is available if the food pantry needs additional funds in order to do that. I would be curious to see if there's any other help that Noreen can identify that would be needed for individuals who are less well-resourced if they have to self-quarantine.
Other comments and questions? Ms. Conlon.
I'd be inclined to make a motion, and in fact, I think for discussion purposes, I will make a motion that we transfer $10,000 from the Governor Stoughton Trust to the Milton Food Pantry, because time is of the essence
Yes.
here. And we're not meeting for another 2 weeks. If something urgent comes up and the food pantry has a lot of people looking to stock up on extra food supplies, extra paper goods, household items, rather than having to take the time to convene everybody back in
Yeah,
place. It
good
probably
idea.
makes sense to do it now. And I don't know if 10,000 is the right number, but, you know, it can certainly carry them into the new year, even if, the new fiscal year, even if it ends up being more than what they need.
Right. Well, and given scarcity, sooner is better rather than later, so thank you.
Motion's been made?
Made, yes.
Motion's been made?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, so we'll transfer $10,000 from Governor Stoughton Fund to the Milton Food Pantry for that purpose. Item 3, report on discussion with the Attorney General's office. Ms. Collins, do you want to take this?
That's okay.
The question is, who's more tired, you or me?
Well, I'm happy to take it, but could we just back up one second
Oh,
to
please,
the
yeah.
to the food pantry?
Yeah.
There are other places where there's food insecurity in town that we've given to in the past, so I still would say we should reach out to Noreen, and I'm happy to do it actually, and just say, you know, do you need extra funds? Because I realize that we have, we've, Unquity House, we have actually.
Dairy program up at Unquity House.
Right, right. So just to make sure that she's also financed for an emergency. Okay, thank you. So the Attorney General, okay, I'm happy to take this and you can help me out if I forget something. So our chair and myself and Julie Kramer, who's the chair of the Affordable Housing Trust, spoke with an attorney from the Attorney General's office, Jonathan Green, and we wanted to talk about two things, which we did. One was transferring some funds from the proceeds of the sale of the, is it 23 or so acres on the town farm, taking a portion of that $5 million and capitalizing the Affordable Housing Trust with that, and also to explore the possibility that we could do housing on that remaining 4 acres, really 3.5 buildable acres, affordable housing. And in the past, we've had some difference of opinion about how the will could really be well served, and that usually revolves around the definition of the poor. And so we laid out a case, since we had fresh data from our housing production plan about not only increases in poverty, but what that really looks like, and the percentage of the population that is actually bringing in under $35,000 of income a year. And we walked him through that picture, and also talked about how the cost burdens mean that housing is really the most meaningful aid that the Governor Stoughton trustees could give to the less well-resourced. We don't, you know, that's an old word, poor, that spoke to a different time, but you know, the very under-resourced people in Milton. So we made that that presentation, and Attorney Green asked a follow-up, which Julie Kramer was able to field for us, which revolved around how affordable housing gets financed, and I think that was very helpful to him to hear that affordable housing trusts need to be capitalized to a point where they can provide seed money for matching funds for grants, and also to hear about the explosion in construction costs, which means that you really need a consortium of partners, and again, that means we need to be capitalized. And he asked to have an opportunity to go back, read through all the documents. He is familiar with the trust and sort of the lack of a document for the will, but he's going to go back, and he asked to have at least another follow-up conversation. So it seemed positive.
So I agree with all of that. I think it's well characterized. I think the positive thing was that a real dialogue, I think, has begun. The Attorney General's office does want follow-up for us, and he said that any of us who want to reach out to him, he gave us his contact information, and we can reach out to him. So I think the important thing is a dialogue has begun with respect to how we can use this land and this money to help people of less less resource means with their housing, and to use a portion of the $5.6 million and perhaps some of the 3.96 acres or nearly 4 acres to actually help people who are less well-resourced and need housing. So hopefully we can get to the end game here where we can really help those people with these funds and with this land. Questions or comments from the board?
Is he just reviewing it on his own, or is he asking for additional information from the town?
He wants to be in touch, I believe, with town council's office, but.
Yes, Kevin is to make another call with him. He did not ask us for any additional information at this time. He said he wanted to go and review all the documents that they hold at the AG's office.
All right. Anything further on that? All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting of the trustees of the Governor's Stoughton Fund.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, we will now return from our recess to the Select Board matter, and I will entertain a motion to enter executive session. I will make a motion, rather, to enter executive session. Bless you. I will make a motion to enter executive session to discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, specifically 41 Wharf Street, believing that a discussion on open session could compromise the interests and the negotiating position of the town. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. This is a roll call vote. Mr. Farrington?
Yes.
Ms. Collins? Yes. Mr. Zulish, yes. Ms. Conlon? Yes. We are adjourned for executive session. We will see you probably from the Blute Room next on March
25th.
I'm sorry, March 25th. I was getting anxious. March 25th, 2020. Thank you all very much.